Do 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 do. What's going on, guys? William Berry here, coming at you from the power of the internet. Damn, bro. I'm so bad at peeling eggs, bro. I'm just bad at everything. That's what I really do. All right, well, let's get into a Vosh video here. See what he's got going on. I might have missed some of the news.
Bad news. Country's over, etc., etc. I kind of mean it this time. Trump has signed a new national security presidential memorandum. This is going to be mostly me just relaying information from the Ken Klippenstein article, which, you know, I don't think I can really editorialize it more and better than he has. It's quite bad. So a national security directive is not an executive order. It's basically like a sweeping set of instructions for all federal law enforcement agencies. You know, anything Homeland Security, FBI. It's an incredibly like wide scope. You know, this is like so it's an executive order. No, it's different. For one, executive orders can't be classified. These can. In fact, I believe if we take a look at... where's the... Here we go. This is the 7th of Trump's in this administration. The 6th one is classified. Numbers 1 through 5 are public. Number 7 was just released and is public. Number 6 is classified. So you can make what that of you will. Stephen Miller, who is, of course...
Why is it that they can classify things? What the fuck? Man, this president is fucking insane, bro.
Of course, the administration's Homeland Security advisor says, this is the first time in American history there is an all...
I came to rest my eyes? Hell yeah, bro! You want to fucking clown on some dorks? Since you're actually awake this early, bro?
Government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism. And it's really, 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 really bad. Basically, the gist of it is that, the Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities who the NSPM 7...
When I get home, I'm down. All right, bro. All right.
...say can be identified by any of the following indicia or indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Obviously, these designations are so broad that they encompass, to some extent or another, everybody who is not like a hardline 100% perfect MAGA loyalist. This gives them broad permission to target any individuals who meet these categorizations and engage in a wide variety of extrajudicial behaviors, we'll say, from illegally, well, not illegally in this case, surveilling, wiretapping, looking at their private records, phone calls, internet search history, and so on. They can, it means that additional scrutiny can be placed on them, so they can start like hovering over you, looking for evidence of any crime. You know, hope you've never pirated anything. Jaywalked. Palantir stocks going up. Oh yeah, 100%. And now it's
what up, clap? Man. All right, so if you have any anti-American rhetoric in America, they can come after you. Wow. Anti-capitalism. Wow. You can't criticize capitalism in America now? That's crazy. Anti-Christianity? That's even crazier. I'm gonna just pretend you called me honey right there. I'm jarring honey, so I'll be in and out. And sticky. But I also know what you meant. Egg.
it's worth noting, by the way, that none of these things are laws. The executive branch cannot create laws. Only Congress can create laws. So at the end of the day, no matter what, if any charges are brought against you, that has to be done through the traditional judicial process. The problem, of course, is that since this is a broader national security presidential memorandum, we're talking about an invocation of powers that often supersedes the judicial system. For example, permission being given for U.S.
Criticize away, but you can criticize away. Yeah, dude. I'm free of these. What are they gonna come after me in Canada, bro? You have to cross a fucking country border to get my ass.
citizens to be detained indefinitely without charge.
Wow.
So, you know, aren't terrorism charges pretty broad? No, as a matter of fact, it's not even a real thing. It depends like state by state or federally, but terrorism itself, like being a part of a terrorist group or supporting terrorist groups, these in themselves, depending on the specifics, aren't necessarily laws. So it's really just a matter of how much the federal branch wants to with you directly without invoking, you know, the judicial system. But given the fact that they have historically held people in detention indefinitely without charge, you know, your results may vary. It's all pretty subjective. They could just start blackbagging leftist public figures. Yeah, essentially. I mean, if they really wanted to, they could have done that before. Obviously, there have already been a bunch of like permissions given to federal police to engage in these investigations. And even if they weren't given legal permission, they could always illegally do it, like they have been, you know, for decades. It's not great, though. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracies before they result in violent political acts, the directive states. A pre-crime...
Yo, so we can go after people for thought crimes now, or like do crimes before they actually become crimes? That's wild. Okay.
endeavor, preventing attacks before they happen, is core to the post-9/11 conception of counterterrorism itself. No longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorists to justice, the Bush administration adopted preemption. Overseas, that led to aerial assassination by drones and special operation kill missions. Domestically, it led to a counterterrorism campaign whose hallmark was excessive and illegal government surveillance and the use of undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. So, and I'm saying this very sincerely, you guys, very, very sincerely, because we all are, at least for the Americans in chat, patriots who love our country and want it to be better. If you didn't want your country to be better, I don't know why the fuck you watch my content. But now is ever more the time to call people feds. If somebody pops into your Discord channel and they're like, hey, you know, anyone else super duper interested in bomb making? Buddy, you got to be calling people feds. More so than ever before. Now is the time, because there's a decent chance they are. More so than before. Do not fall for that shit, okay? Do not allow yourself to get entrapped by some fat pig 80 IQ Homeland Security dipshit, you know, operating out of Virginia, looking to fill a quota. Can we say in Minecraft or no? I don't think they're going to be fooled by the in Minecraft thing. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, I'm pretty sure they put out a missive explicitly informing federal agents about the in Minecraft thing. I don't know if they've caught on to in Roblox. Now, with Donald Trump's directive retooling the counter-terror apparatus to go after Americans at home, that means monitoring political activity or speech as an investigative method to discover radicalism. Contrary to other national security documents all during the post-Watergate era, NSPM 7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment or the fundamental right of Americans to organize and protest. Yeah, that shit's done. The focus on speech is evident throughout the NSPM 7. The directive says that political violence...
All right, so you need to be careful with who you share radical opinions with. I mean, honestly, this could be a good thing. Not really, but I mean, if people simmer the fuck down with their rhetoric, it might help. It would be cool if it was across the board, like they'd go after Republicans that do this shit that goes against, you know, America, or whatever, you know. Go after who you want, King, I guess.
Violence is the result of, quote, organized campaigns that often begin with the left, dehumanizing targets in anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. To give a sense of how broad this formulation is, Trump's earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group was accompanied by a White House fact sheet singling out people who celebrated Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. As I wrote at the time, this describes a lot of Americans. Trump's new national security memorandum also alludes to Mangione, but adds to it even larger categories of potential targets. NSPM 7 is fundamentally a law enforcement directive, and it dispenses with the complications of using the active duty military or National Guard in pursuit of political violence. It directs the Department of Justice to focus the FBI's approximately 200 joint terrorism task forces to the new mission. The FBI network of task forces comprises over 4,000 members, including FBI personnel and task force officers from more than 500 state and local agencies and 50 federal agencies, including special agents, police officers, intel analysts, and surveillance technicians. First established in New York City in 1980 to systematize FBI and NYPD cooperation, today there are task forces around the country, including at least one in each of the FBI's 55 field offices. For the Trump White House, the beauty of using an already existing network is that it bypasses congressional oversight and scrutiny and even obscures federal activity to governors and legislators at the state level. States, cities, and local police have already signed memoranda of agreements with the feds to fight terrorism, and officers are already assigned as task force officers. NSPM 7 says the JTTF shall investigate potential federal...
But you know what's crazy? We're going back to like the 2001 era of like terrorism, war, like, and we didn't even have an actual invasion of our country. We didn't have September 11th to like ratify all these, like, not ratify, but to like to indoctrinate all these people into hating a group of people. This is crazy. One guy got shot in the throat and these people are losing their minds. Meanwhile, hundreds of kids have been blasted away. That's crazy, dude. Okay, well, go super authoritarian, see how it works out your midterms and your finals, bro. Or in 2028.
Crimes relating to, quote, acts of recruiting or radicalizing persons for the purpose of political violence, terrorism, or conspiracy against rights, and the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. It authorizes the JTTFs to investigate individuals, organizations, and funders, quote, responsible for, sponsor, or otherwise aid and abet the principal actors engaging in criminal conduct. Like and subscribe is now a banned term. The Attorney General shall issue specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorist attacks such as organized doxing campaigns, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass, assault, destruction of property, threats of violence, and civil disorder, the NSPM 7 says. And then we have more editorializing here, but I trust Ken. I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but the plain truth is that the NSPM 7 is a declaration of war on anyone who does not support the Trump administration and its agenda.
Bro.
Yes, it repeats the word violent over and over to purport only going after citizens who are moved to take up arms, but it also directs monitoring and intel coordination and collection to map and target the new evildoers, to borrow a Bush label he took from the Bible just days after 9/11.
Man, here's hoping that if these FBI agents start watching my content, they're not hidden and they count as viewers, and hopefully they actually interact with the chat at least. Like, come on by, bro. I have plenty of criticisms for your government, for your president, and for your version of capitalism and your, pure abdication of responsibility and not adhering to the Constitution in which you're supposed to uphold when you take a oath to office. But okay. Oh, well, if you're here, guys, I enjoy you, and if you come for me, you guys are going to need a lot of dudes to lift my fat ass out of here. I'm just saying. I'm a chunky boy. Like, bring it, baby.
The partisan focus could not be more obvious. The real problem is this, quote, since Charlie Kirk was murdered, a friend of mine, assassinated, nothing's changed on their side, said White House counterterrorism czar Sebastian Gorka.
Oh my God, Gorka's a fucking moron.
Newsmax after NSPM 7 was signed. Not one leader, not one left-wing thought leader, member of Congress, senator, no one has said we distance ourselves from the violent rhetoric.
He's just lying!
left refuses to rid themselves of the justification for violence, Gorka continued, and as such, President Trump is taking measures to protect us from the violent rhetoric that becomes snipers and bullets. Just blatant lies? Yep. So it's not great. And obviously, I mean, this goes without saying, but these rules, these directions, these guidelines are so broad that they can be used as a justification to engage in basically any act of federal harassment or surveillance against any person deemed a threat to the administration. It's not good. Could they use this to arrest Mamdani? I mean, hypothetically, they can arrest anyone for any reason. You know, you don't even have to have a charge to arrest somebody. They can make up whatever they want. I don't think they would go after Mamdani necessarily, though. I think there'd be a little bit too much juice for that squeeze. Are you worried about getting arrested? Well, considering like the incredibly wide range and disingenuous application of these criteria, I fear, pardon me for being skeptical here, that they might be more interested in targeting enemies of the administration than they are in actually combating violence. And so to that effect, yes, but we're all in it together. We love capitalism and saying the N-word here, officer. That's right. Did you see Fetterman blaming the left for political violence? I don't understand why. Yeah, okay, yes, Fetterman is a Republican. I don't understand why it keeps getting brought up to me. Mossad has a video of him a toddler. Allegedly. I'm told. There are rumors. Can this really be enforced effectively, though? Well, it depends on what you mean by enforcement. The Nazis, legally, the Nazis, the rules they put forward, the Soviets did the same thing, were incredibly vague, right? The restrictions, limitation, the stuff you could get in trouble for, really broad, really sweeping. The point of doing this was that way that gave the administration the permission that they wanted to go after anyone they deemed inconvenient, Yeah. They didn't have to make like a specific legal case for every political opponent. They could just apply the rules in a discriminatory fashion. So are they going to arrest every single person who celebrated Luigi Mangione's alleged killing of Brian Thompson? No, that would be like 100 million people or something. That would be too many people for them to get. But they could use it to go after a couple of people, certainly. To what extent will the courts combat this? The courts can't do anything about it. It has nothing to do with the courts. Here's an example of what enforcement might look like. They did it to Muslims in our lifetime. Yes, they did this to Muslims after 9/11. The FBI was given counterterrorism directives in the exact same way, by the way. They were also given presidential national security presidential memorandums with the goal of entrapping and filling quotas on, preventing future Islamic terror. So we had a lot of honeypotting after that. FBI honeypot ensnares Michigan man. After falling in love with an FBI informant, a 21-year-old Michigan man was accused by federal prosecutors of supporting the Islamic State. Yeah. Khalil Abu Rayyan was a lonely young man in Detroit, eager to find a wife. Who amongst us? Jana Bride claimed she was a 19-year-old Sunni Muslim whose husband was killed in an airstrike in Syria. The two struck up a romantic connection through online communications. Now Rayyan, a 21-year-old Michigan man, is accused by federal prosecutors of supporting the Islamic State. Documents released Tuesday show, however, Rayyan was motivated not by religious radicalism, but by the desire to impress Bride, who said she wanted to be a martyr. Jana Bride was an FBI informant hired to communicate with Rayyan, who first came to the FBI's attention when he retweeted a video from the Islamic State of people being thrown from buildings. He wrote later on Twitter, "Thanks, brother, that made my day." Rayyan, who had previously been arrested for having marijuana, is now charged with unlawful possession of a firearm and making a false statement to acquire a firearm. So this is the playbook. They use entrapment and increased surveillance first they identify you. Who amongst us, who out there has tweeted something glib about the administration? Who's liked and retweeted a post that says, "I can't wait for it to happen," and it has 250,000 likes, and the post doesn't specify what they're referring to, but everyone knows what they're referring to. Exactly, right. They find people, and through honeypotting or increased surveillance or whatever else, it can be a number of things. It's pretty easy these days to reach people through social media. You're not exactly forming like letter correspondences. You're not mailing back and forth. They can join your fucking Discord server. They can be playing Lethal Company with you. And their goal is to either get you to commit or plan to commit a crime or to get you to admit to having already committed crimes. Now, I know a lot of you are, and I'm just going to lay this on a little thick because it's true and you deserve to hear it, lonely do-nothings who would do anything to impress a baddie who showed up in your DMs. So,
dude. Well, I mean, I've been in a committed relationship, so I'm out of that. But, 4 months ago, it had me dead to rights, bro.
You're all very susceptible to this technique. Again, who amongst us, right? But there are a million efforts they can make at this. And I want to remind you guys that for the most part, the clown behavior that we've seen from the administration has been from the Department of Homeland Security and the army of fat retards that they have raised to chase bicyclists throughout the street. But the online entrapment and investigation and everything that they would do to try to frame you for being a terrorist would be conducted by...
When your Discord kitten is a Fed.
the FBI. And they are not, at least not all of them, fat retards. A lot of them probably work out. A lot of them are probably pretty smart. You got to be careful. You understand what I'm saying? I'm making a very direct plea here. I'm not doing this for content. I'm not doing this, it is literally for content. I'm being sincere right now, okay? We are living in a different administration, okay? This country is under siege. I have a friend of a friend who's told me something that I find kind of funny. And they grew up in Italy. Sorry, it's not the friend of a friend, a friend of a friend's dad. So the dad of the friend. I'm hearing this very indirectly. Maybe it's not even true, but I want to relay it because it's important, okay? And they're all the people in this chain are left-leaning, right? The dad grew up through the years of lead in Italy. I don't know exactly how old he is. I think he would have been born some like the 50s or something. But he grew up in a very tumultuous period in Italy. And to this day, he is extremely careful about what he says, even though his positions are really, really obvious, He acts a little bit like a YouTuber who has an obvious political bias, but doesn't want to lose the apolitical audience, so they don't say anything. But if you're even a little bit politically aware, you know exactly where they stand. Like, this guy, allegedly, like, on the phone, he won't say anything. Like, he'll call the American nephew, and be like, how are things going over there? Don't tell me about Trump. Don't tell me about Trump. I don't want to know, The implication being like, don't say anything dissenting over the phone. And I find that a little bit charming, and I'm very sorry to say, I think that we are actually in that era. I'm not exaggerating. I mean that. You should start to exercise the same level of care and discretion that communists in America did throughout the 1940s and 50s. You should express the same degree of care that the people on the left would have had to express in Italy or in Greece, today in Turkey or in Russia. It's more severe over there, but we're on the downhill slope right now. Who knows how bad it gets? Does this mean no left posting? No, it means be careful.
We've gone full circle, man. We're back in 2001, Patriot Act, people criticizing their neighbors and looking for secret liberals. All right, man.
Listen, it is not against the law to go out there and say, can't wait for Trump to die. That's not against the law. No matter what these loser fucks, these anti-American pieces of shit say, that is not against the law. That is freedom of speech. And the executive branch cannot change the law. Are we sure? Yes. Listen to what I'm saying. That is freedom of speech. They cannot change that. They could arrest you and you would go to court and you would win if you were charged for having said that. That's exactly why, as we read in this article, this person retweeting and agreeing with a message from the Islamic State was not sufficient to charge him. It's not against the law to retweet terrorists. It's not against the law to agree with terrorists. It would be against the law to plan to commit acts of terrorism. But he was not charged with terrorism. He was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm. They got him on other things. He got Capone? Not quite. Capone was actually committing crimes. They got him on tax evasion because that's what they could do. In this case, he was not committing the crime they wanted to charge him with. They wanted to go after him for stuff relating to terrorism. They couldn't. They were not able to. If everyone self-censors, is this how it ends? No, don't be stupid. I'm not talking about self-censoring and like not being left, okay? If you give up the fight on that, then you might as well deport yourself to Russia, okay? You might as well just live in shit forever, okay?
Bro!
What I'm saying is be careful.
Ultimately, what he's saying is that if you're going to speak shit about the administration, make sure you're not doing dipshit shit as well. Because they're going to use any vehicle or any vector of enforcement they can on you to silence you ultimately. But it's going to come down to like fucking flies, bro. I don't know where the fuck these things come from, but they need to fuck off, bro. Be gone, thoughts. Be gone. But anyway, like, no matter what you do, if you're someone that's out there criticizing the administration, make sure you're doing your shit correct. Don't be like downloading questionable porn. Don't be pirating videos. Don't be like robbing motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, just make sure you dot your I's and fucking capitalize your letters, homie. Like, you gotta be up on the up and up, bro. Like, if you're out here, like, in Texas, and you're watching, like, porn through an, what is that shit, a VPN? Brother, that breaks the law in Texas. They passed the law, dude. Like, you can't be doing that. Make sure your shit's good, you know what I mean? Or simmer the fuck down.
The overzealousness of the executive branch does not immediately translate into an actual revocation of our constitutional rights. What it means is that they're doing everything they can to get around them. That's the point of doing this.
True.
Surveillance and honeypotting in order to get people charged with crimes because they haven't already committed any. The crime isn't the free speech. They know they won't hold up in court, and they can't go and arrest black bag every leftist in the country and send them all to Gitmo. There's not enough Gitmos.
Nah, but they can go after the thought leaders, the people like, Hassan Piker, which I wouldn't cry over, but at the end of the day, Hassan Piker doesn't deserve to be locked up for his opinions. I may not like what he says, and I think what he does is disgusting, but it's America, dude. You have the right to voice your opinion. They might go after Destiny, because he's probably one of the biggest liberal debaters, and he's willing to step into any arena. They could have to go after BTC, or, Sam Cedar. Like, who knows, dude? Or maybe the Young Turks.
And it would be bad PR. This feels more like a toothless memo. No, it's not. Oh, you don't understand. It's not toothless. It's very, very dangerous. And I'm outlining for you exactly what this means. You have to listen. Don't downplay. I'm listening, or you need to listen. I'm explaining what this means. It's very, very, very serious. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. If you're online, you're unable to understand what Vosh means when he says be careful, but I'm sorry, you're a lost cause. Well, you guys need to demonstrate for once in your life a tiny fraction of the care and self-preservation instincts that your ideological ancestors would have had to engage in the 1960s, 1950s, and 1930s, okay? Like,
he's literally just calling all of his people communists. Not cool, bro. Whole squadron of communists, even though I think he's a social democrat or a socialist.
In all around the world, in Russia, Hungary, Turkey, even to this day, in places like Italy, people have to engage in a little more precaution, a little more they need to be a little bit more aware.
True.
It doesn't mean there aren't leftists in Hungary. There are. Is this the end of LARPing? It might be a little bit.
We're on the left, maybe.
it just seems like they don't have the juice. It reeks of desperation. You're just incorrect. This is exactly what even like an extremely successful fascist regime would do. This is not a juiceless move. This is basically like the absolute limit of what they can do with the federal police. This is basically like the farthest. I actually don't think there's anything much more they can do that isn't just like breaking the law in increasingly overt ways. In terms of like their legal limits, this is essentially a presidential memorandum, a declaration to all federal law enforcement that the game's open on any kind of surveillance, any kind of entrapment, any kind of investigation for anyone who's an enemy of the administration.
Bro!
Anyone.
Man, bro. Bush, welcome back, buddy. Except now it's actually messed with a person that doesn't have, like, at least the best interest for the America in mind. Like, say what you will about Bush. I never got the feeling that he was a malicious individual, just a fucking ditz trying to live up to his daddy's legacy. But now...
Who is a political opponent of Trump. I don't know. It's pretty bad. Okay, true, we're all cooked. No, I didn't. You people are going to piss me the fuck off. I did not say you're all cooked. Scrub your online presence. I didn't say that either, though you might have, some of you might want to. Quit being dense, okay?
Yeah.
You people oscillate between two extremes.
That's because people don't know how to regulate basic shit, dude, and people are only taught through extremism. They listen to violent rhetoric, and they can never look outside their perspective. It's not a fucking complicated mess. You can even see why the Trump administration is doing this. Like, there's a perspective here that you could look into. Not that it's the correct perspective, but you can use it to understand what the fuck is happening. But, you know, that's a lost art on people.
Bosh, there have literally been cases where the Indian government under Modi have used bulldozers to tear down the homes of critics and dissenters and minorities. It's so surreal seeing so many people not understand what being careful means. Sorry, buddy, we got used to freedom over here in the US of A. Sorry, we invented freedom and we've grown accustomed to it. My apologies. They'll get used to it.
Yeah, well, they'll have no choice.
Like, I don't know. You guys, like, before talking about this, we literally just saw, sorry, not this one. We literally just saw, like, 30 federal police chasing after a guy for saying, fuck Trump. Like, this is the country we're in right now. You need to act like it. You need to learn. I know it's funny, but it's also 30 federal police getting ready to beat the shit out of a guy for saying, fuck Trump. Which is, you know, free speech.
That's crazy. There's no way. Jesus Christ, bro. These fucking flies. You know, it's giving me a good opportunity to clean shit. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe go into details what you mean when you say be more careful. I've been plenty specific. If you're really that dense, then be fodder in the jail, so there's less room for me. Okay. So if you can't figure it out, you go there and 50 of you per cell. You fill it up. So when they come for me for saying like oops, they did an oopsie when someone takes another crack at Trump or whatever, they don't have room for my fat ass, and I get to like sit in a county cell or something. Okay.
I don't get it, bro. Like, people are so mean to their audience all the time. Like, why do people watch you if you're just mean to them? To be fair, some people say some ridiculous shit. And then, like, sometimes you'll say a thing in the video, and they'll be like, did you not know the thing? And I'm like, I literally said that. What do you mean? Did you not watch it?
Yeah, are you a fucking Fed? Can you give me more specific examples of what exactly would be illegal to say? Incitement to violence, threats and incitement to violence, or anything. They got that Muslim IS guy on gun charges, man. Don't be stupid and don't piss me off. I'm gonna fucking. Oh, sorry, I can't make threats anymore. Wait, you can legally make any threat against leftists. I'm learning this. I'm gonna come down on you guys if any of the Fed posting shit too. Okay, like we're living in a new era right now. I'm being serious. You think it's a joke? I'm being serious. Okay. All of us are on the hook. If you're not American, maybe you're not, though the quality of the world at large is going to decline. But it's not, it does not escape my notice that on the list of like public enemies of the administration, high.
It's so crazy that they just said fuck Trump. There's got to be more to what this guy was doing before that happened. Oh, technically it's legal now, but I protect my first with my Second Amendment, so Trump can go fuck himself entirely even. It's just crazy that this man just said fuck Trump, and then these cops went like, beat his ass! Like, what the fuck is happening, dude?
Profile, very left-leaning YouTubers and live streamers are not like the top, but they're not far from the top. Like, they're reasonably close to the top. So don't make this difficult for me, all right? Do you have a plan to flee the US? Why do people keep asking me this? I feel like you're feds. You will know when I do anything, okay? Well, because it'll have already happened. That's when you'll find out. Why would I give you that? But I get asked this like every stream. Like, well, listen, if I ever have even an inkling of an interest in leaving this country, you will find out because the background will have changed. That'll be your tell. My recommendations for you guys notwithstanding. Posh just
I already left, bro.
been streaming from an undisclosed Pyongyang location for over a year. That is true. I didn't even move when you guys saw the background change. I actually perfectly recreated the previous background in Pyongyang and then on a whim changed all of it behind me. It's because your viewers are also anxious about being persecuted for existing, which has nothing to do with my considerations, unless you're also a popular YouTuber. Again, the National Security Directive does not create new laws. It only provides greater incentive and motivation and permission to federal police to investigate, to try to catch you violating existing laws, which they were probably already doing. To an extent, yes. To an extent, yes. That is true.
True!
And I do think that one small saving grace, that is a lot of text. I do.
Legit, I'm getting a bit worried. I'm disabled. I'm 100% on the undesirable list. Yeah, dude. They'll probably send you into a coal mine or something, bro. Like, what the fuck? Just go work down there until you die. Because, like, that's what literally people like Asmongold and, like, Charlie Kirk and all these other dipshits have been saying. Fucking wild, dude.
I do think that one small saving grace is that I do not think that many of the more competent and seasoned FBI officials are as aligned with the Trump administration as they might want them to be. There's a reason why the DHS is right now operating as the de facto like federal arm of like the brown shirt state. Hold on. Then why?
Oh, I'm already armed and I'm not going to any second location. Fuck a camp. Exactly, dude. I would be ready, dude. The problem is if they come knocking on your doors, it'll probably be police officers or fake ass fucking or masked like opposing as Antifa motherfuckers. Like, what fucking world do we live in, dude? This is crazy.
Why are you being so hyperbolic about it? One moment you say we're all fucked, the next you're like, nah, bro, it's fine. Genuinely, I think that you have emotional or cognitive issues that make it difficult for you to hold multiple truths in your head at once. I think you're having difficulty, I think that it's a coping mechanism. You live in America, and you're very upset about what's happening, but you want to be given a very strong, emotion to cling on to. But the complexity of, this is bad, but in a very complicated way, that's too much for you. So instead, you want, a yes or no. This is a very MAGA mindset of looking at.
Yeah, it's pretty binary, honestly. Like, he's just saying, don't say unhinged shit right now. Like, you can just, vibe. You can be leftist. You can talk about, you can criticize capitalism. You can criticize the Trump administration. Just don't say insane shit. You'll be less likely to show up on their radar. And if you are saying insane shit, make sure you're not doing anything illegal. That's it. Because they'll find something to charge you with, because they can't charge you with breaking freedom of speech. What they can charge you for is other small, superfluous things that are in your life. Okay? It's not that... So this is not that complicated, bro. Holy fuck.
the world. And I feel bad for you, and I want you to change. I'm also annoyed with you, and I'm going to ban you for 30 days for annoying me, which is my right. Legally, you don't have the right to not be banned. The federal police can't come after me for that. I just want to make sure any FBI agents watching this right now are aware of the fact that that's not in violation of any statute, state, or federal laws. I'm not, yeah, it's totally above board. That being said, what was I saying? The FBI is not as militantly right-wing.
Well, yeah, dude. If you're gonna say anti-America stuff, just make sure your shit's all right. Like, you don't have any unpaid parking tickets, or, you know, don't be subscribed to like a furry magazine or a website. You know, because like furries are out here shooting people, which makes sense because like they're the ones that love guns and dressing up like animals and fucking each other in the ass. But like, you know, just you know, don't be a furry.
As it was back in the 1960s. In the 1960s, under COINTELPRO, the FBI was effectively a partisan anti-communist organization. They let a lot of shit slide that wasn't communism, and they went after communists like a motherfucker. Yeah, Hoover was a lunatic. Now, the FBI today is probably filled largely with like center-right to right-leaning types. I'm not saying they're like a left-leaning organization, but they're not the DHS. I would say that, like, on average, the political alignment of the FBI is somewhere in the ballpark of, like, Liz Cheney, and the political alignment of the DHS is somewhere around Stephen Miller. That'd be my guess. That's just a ballpark, you know? So I think that...
Oh, all right. Let's turn our webcam back on. Oh... Let's close this window. Anti-capitalism, anti-Christian, pro-LGBT, equal rights, all can get you designated as a terrorist now under the Patriot Act or something like that. Well, yes, but they're only going to go after people that... I feel like they're going to go after a few big people. I apologize, by the way. And then after that, it'll try to encourage people to stop doing things. So I imagine the thought leaders are probably the ones that are going to get sacrificed to the gods. I'd imagine, unless you actually have some crimes on your docket. So I assume if you are saying, yeah, don't act crazy helps, I assume if you're saying any of this anti-capitalism, anti-Christian, pro-LGBT, equal right, you know, all that stuff, you're on a list of them to like, we're going to check in on this motherfucker frequently. Which means I'll probably be safe, honestly. I criticize Trump all the time, but I defend capitalism in Ren music videos nonetheless. Yeah. They're gonna be like, oh, this guy is just hasn't been properly programmed. We just need to, like, you know, re-send him like Joe Rogan clips or something. You know?
We have to keep that in mind moving forward. Hopefully the FBI, who are by far the most sort of competent administrators of this directive, hoping that they're somewhat less motivated to, you know, participate in what would be the active destruction of free speech in this country.
True!
Okay.
So I will say this. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I want to release a political album where I make fun of, like, all political parties and, like, movements, from feminism to minimalist to, like, you know, MAGA to, like, communism to socialism. I want to make songs and make fun of all of them. Not even gonna lie, I've been ratchet. Actually, dude, I guess I could tell you guys this just because, you know, it's something that I've been working through. After watching Waynard's song, Love Heals, I kind of want to do a song about Ren too, but in a different. Everybody has their asshole. Exactly, dude. But in a different vein. So I'm gonna make the song for Illa Min with my buddy Ismo, if he's still down. But bro, I was thinking about doing like a weird obsessive love song, but from like the perspective of Ren's sickness, without actually like naming it about Ren, so people wouldn't really know. It would just sound like in a very oppressive relationship, and use metaphors that almost solely exist within the medical industry, and see if people can put it together. Because the majority of the people that watch my content don't actually watch the stream. They just watch the highlights of the stream, which is perfectly fine. So they'll never know this, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that would be a fun, challenging exercise to see if I can write a song about Ren, but in a way that's not like this is Ren's song, but try to write it more in like the oppressive feeling of being in like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a overbearing relationship. And the overbearing relationship could be ME or Lyme disease or whatever, but write it from both perspectives. Like on one verse, like the first verse can be about like the possession. The second verse can be like from Rin's perspective of trying to get away from the relationship. And the third verse could be about the relationship ultimately getting a hold of Ren and to some small degree being stuck with him forever, much like an illness is. I feel like that would be one, very challenging, two, show off writing skills, and three, just make an interesting song that other people can apply to their lives. That's what I was thinking, but you know, that'd be fun. It'd be a fun challenge. It probably wouldn't be a good song though. It'd be a fun challenge.
I think that I've given a pretty nuanced analysis here. You know, I don't think I've left that much on the table. That's the I'm sure they weren't ingratiated by having their top brass purged. Yeah. Didn't they purge a bunch of the competent ones? They purged the directors. They couldn't purge every like competent non-MAGA FBI agent because that would be almost all of them, I think. And they would be like, keep in mind, okay, they fired a bunch of the top brass and tried to fire everyone who worked on the J6 investigation, but after internal pressure backed off it. So a bunch of the people working at the FBI to begin with are longtime professionals who aren't fond of the MAGA movement, and then when MAGA took power again, immediately they tried to fire them for literally just doing their job, investigating J6, and then backed off from internal pressure. So I don't think the FBI is ideologically MAGA in the way that the DHS is. So that's just a guess. Maybe that's also Cope.
Oh,
a lot of Mormons in the FBI. I thought that was the CIA.
I was gonna say, one of the things that really fills my heart with soul, and the reason why I wanted to make those political songs, it was at the end of all of those political songs, I was going to try to do a whole album about it. And the end song was going to be an ode to Mike Pence. Because, like, Mike Pence, look, dude, he's a fucking, all of you are fired. I was the first, like, do it. Factual, Nikki, get him. Mike Pence stood against Donald Trump and his sycophantic fans and said, no, I'm going to do my job. I made an oath to the Constitution, and I'm not going to back down. He might be a Christian, he might be like a Republican, all that shit. But at the end of the day, he upheld his oath to the people. And that's fucking everything. I love that. And also, he refused to be evacuated when his wife and kids were because of they breached the building. Mike Pence said, I'm not going to walk out of this building. I'm going to do my job regardless. Bro, that's so fucking gangster. He said, if I were to flee the building, I would prove to the world that America isn't the country that it's supposed to be. Legit, I really would like to live and let live scenario because the pain is so much bullshit and expensive. Yeah, dude.
CIA was maybe it's both of them. They're everywhere. They kind of are.
Well, thank you, Vosh, and thank you for trying to moderate your chat and tell him not to be fucking insane. We keep on. Oh, I love Alex O'Connor, dude. I really do. All right, fuck it. Let's check in on fucking
Rap Devil
Chris.
happens.
Look, full disclaimer. I probably shouldn't do this because he's gonna put lyrics and fucking words and this type of shit that you get copyright. Hell yeah, dude. We got Groggy Pixie in here, dude. Just woke up, dude. Sleep dust still in the eyes. No makeup applied. Or fishnets. Come on, bro. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I was on team MGK when this beef happened. Yeah, I know. Everyone loves Eminem. Y'all fucking lame, dude. Oh, I never wear makeup. Oh, dude. I do. Can't you tell? I'm maked up right now, dude. I look beautiful. Look, when it comes to MGK, I think he's a talented young man. And I actually like his response to Eminem more than Eminem's response. She said yum, mainly because we're looking at MGK. Anyway, I like this motherfucker, and I liked his switch to pop, or his punk shit. His punk shit was cool. Yeah. More eyeliner. My God, bro, I look gorgeous with eyeliner. No, it's for you, huh? Feel like I spent $500 on a Stairmaster. Yeah, dude. Pixie throwing a little love this way. Damn, dude. And Nikki, you're not supposed to ride a vibrator for 500 hours, dude. That shit's gonna fuck you up, bro. Vibrators are supposed to give you a good 10 minutes of pleasure and then you're done. You know? You're like, you ain't supposed to. Alright, Crip, what you gotta say, dog? This is like a essay, like a word thing from him. So I really want to know how he wants to see you, dude.
7 years ago. Do you feel old yet? The beef that kickstarted my channel, literally. I was working 3 jobs at the time and was able to quit all
Yeah, I did watch Crip back then. That's when, yeah, I did.
of them and do YouTube full-time after this. But every few years, I like to check in on both MGK and Eminem to see where they're at in their careers after the effects of the diss tracks. So, here we are. And I know what you're thinking. This guy cannot still be making MGK versus Eminem, Rap Devil versus Killshot videos, can he? And to that I say, I absolutely am. Because rap beefs are my thing. And this has been the biggest rap beef of my entire existence as a content creator.
True.
It's also what launched my channel into being able to do this full time. So the majority of my audience is from this beef. And I like to throw them a little nugget every now and again. It's also one of the only beefs that we actually get to see the after effects play out in real time. So in this video, I'm going to be taking a look at Rap Devil 7 years later and seeing how it exactly affected Eminem and his career. And the answers just may surprise you. But first, let me remind you of how exactly we got into this beef in the first place.
Bro, it wasn't even that bad, dude. MGK just said that she was attractive or something.
Starting in 2012, 22-year-old Machine Gun Kelly tweeted this tweet right here about Eminem's 16-year-old daughter, calling her, quote,
Yeah, dude, you just said that she was hot as fuck. In the most respectful way, because M is king. Like, there's nothing wrong with this, dude. And people are like, that's his daughter. He said she was hot. What the fuck? That's a compliment, dude.
hot as f. There was then a reported conversation between MGK and Eminem's team to delete the tweet, and all was squashed. Just kidding, obviously fucking not.
Congratulations.
Like, this whole beef started because Eminem is a pussy. I said it. If you like Eminem, maybe you're a pussy too. Eminem is like the biggest pussy in the last 20 years. His first couple albums about poverty and like the system that fucked him over. What does hot mean to you? Yeah, kid, you can come at me with that shit, dude.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
In the following years, due to a slow growth, MGK believed as if his career was being halted behind the
Well, dude, he heard behind the scenes whispers that Eminem was like not letting him come to do certain avenues because he said his daughter was hot. That's crazy.
scenes by Eminem because of this tweet. An example of this is MGK's rumored Shade 45 ban, which is one of the most popular radio stations owned by, coincidentally, Eminem. After finding out that he was supposedly banned from Shade 45, he went on a different rap radio station, Power 106 FM, and expressed his grievances in a freestyle there.
I'm my favorite rapper alive since my favorite rapper banned me from Shade 45.
Hell yeah, dude. Like, again, I'm all on his side, bro. Eminem is a bitch. Why is an adult doing commentary on an underage girl? Bro. He was like barely an adult. He was like in his early 20s. and he just said she was hot. Like, come on, dude. No, this is an overreach. And she was in California at the time where the age of consent is 16. He could have fucked the shit out of her and it wouldn't have meant anything. Now, we don't want him to fuck that girl because that's gross. My youngest daughter is hot and she's 6'2" with legs, boobs, and curves, dark long hair, and she's basically an Amazon. Hell yeah, Nikki!
A while later, in March of 2018, he was featured on the Tech Nine song No Reason and subtly dissed Eminem with the famous "You just rap, you're not God" line.
Popped in on the top charts at the cop card, so remind y'all, you just rap, you're not God.
He was just complimenting her, dude. Jesus, kid. Oh my god. If I say someone's hot, it doesn't mean I'm trying to fuck them, dude. It doesn't mean I'm going for attention. He literally said, with all respect, Eminem is king. Like, there's no reason to ever capitulate to anybody. Like, see, like, people get mad at me all the time because I speak in tones that sound matter-of-fact. But even when you're saying things that aren't matter-of-fact, and you are trying to offer grace, and you are trying to say, hey, man, it's a little, you know, I was 15 going out with a 23-year-old, never had sex with him. That's crazy, dude. Like I said, dude, I knew girls in high school that were 12, that were like, or middle school, that were dating 21-year-olds. Like,
Which, according to Eminem in this Sway Calloway interview, was the straw that broke the camel's back.
But then when you get on Tech Nine's album and you start sending shots.
In response to the shots on No Reason, a few months later, in August of 2018, Eminem released a surprise album called Kamikaze, in which he directed shots towards MGK on
doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong either. He didn't say anything wrong. You know what I mean? He didn't say, man, I want to bend that bitch over the table and raw dog that bitch in front of her father. He said, she's hot. No disrespect to the M, because he's the king. That's crazy. There's nothing wrong with that. He didn't, you know, that he didn't say any of that. No, the California example. Oh, I got you. Got you. I mean, if she's legal and she could consent, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
a song called Not Alike.
But you just the wannabe gunner. Like you was gonna do something. But next time you don't gotta use Tech Nine if you wanna come at me with a submachine gun.
On the night of the release, MGK is seen listening to the song and celebrating, as we all know what was coming next. Rap Devil! And before we continue forward, this video will be copyright claimed because of some audio snippets, and I play music video visuals as well, and I feel like it kind of takes away from the video to omit those. So, to counteract that, let me tell you about a game, it's fun to play, so what it do?
12-year-old can't consent. He wasn't 12. He was 17. Oh, you're talking about the girl I went to school with. Yeah, that shit was not cool. Yeah, that was not cool. No. She's talking about the girl that I went to school with. Yeah, she should not have been in that relationship. But the 90s were crazy. Early 2000s were crazy. No one gave a fuck. It's only now until we get into all this, like, sensitive shit where, like, everyone's like, oh, no, like, and it's crazy, too, because it's typically the women that were dating, like, the older guys when they were, like, little girls in school. And now the ones that come out and be like, still illegal then. Yeah, for her, yeah. Yeah, that one is really bad, yeah. But, like, now, I guarantee you that individual girl, she didn't die to heroin overdoses because she was fucking eventually got into crazy drugs. She'd be like, Leonardo DiCaprio is a fucking pedophile. He's dating 19-year-old women and he's almost nearly 55. And it's gonna be like, okay, dude, well, you were 12. You were fucking grown men. Like, what are we doing? Why? What happened to our society that these people that committed the most disgusting acts are now also the ones that, like, get to come out here and do fake moral outrage? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. I don't know, man. It's usually like, oh, dude, like the attacks Leo gets, man. Holy fuck.
We gotta spend $1 just locking in here the truth. Raid Shadow Legend. Teenage Mutant. You got Donna being on it these promos a few months. Now let's play this game together, baby. Teenage Mutant 1100.
So this is gonna be copyright claimed, so I should not watch this.
Most viewed YouTube videos of all time. It even rose all the way up to number 13 on the Billboard Hot 100 charts. Throughout the track, several disses are made about Eminem's age, his own insecurities about his own music, and the infamous weird beard. Yep, still not
What's going on, Miss Me Kate?
Let him get a pass for that one.
Fucking beard is weird.
Rap Devil was
Yeah, that was a weak bar, dude. Not even a bar. That was just a weak line.
talked about so much in the following days that when you Googled the term rap, Rap Devil came up over Rap God, which is insane considering Rap God had already amassed over 1 billion views on YouTube. And how did this affect Eminem? Well, to put it simply, it pissed him off. In the 2 weeks leading up to his inevitable response, Eminem did a 4-part docuseries, mostly about his surprise album Kamikaze, as well as some other rap history conversation with Shade 45 radio personality Sway Calloway. But a decent chunk of this interview was Eminem addressing the entire situation with MGK, explaining the several different factors that led to the discrepancy, finishing it off with this.
Now I'm in this fucking weird thing because I'm like, I gotta answer this motherfucker. And
You started the beef! You could have just been a fucking normal person and said, ha, what a weird statement, and moved on with your life. Instead of banning him from fucking studios to be like, to release his albums, bro. Like, you're just a bitch ass motherfucker. Like, this motherfucker deserves to get his ass beat in real life because of the shit that he did. Like, this person is a bitch. People will talk about shady backroom deals and shit. This motherfucker was dealing in them. He was trying to stop the growth of an upcoming independent rapper. That's crazy. And people are like, nah, dude, him is right. It's like, get the fuck
every
out
time
of
I
here.
do that, it makes that person as irrelevant as people say I am in hip hop.
Yeah.
I make them bigger by getting into this thing where I'm like, I want to
You started it!
destroy him, but I also don't want to make him bigger. I'll leave it at that. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna do at this point right now.
Well, he did this. Pay attention to the channel because in a couple days I plan to go over Killshot and how it affected MGK's career, because it most certainly did. In the following days to Killshot, MGK would then reply via tweets and several interviews stating that the song was not worth his response.
6 for me, dog.
6 for you?
Kill shot was a leg shot. I had a clip ready. I heard kill shot and I put that back in the holster.
And that seemed to be the
I hope you're all enjoying your day wherever you are. I'm hungry, dog. Who knows? It's tea time, so I'll leave you all to it. Get it!
end of it. Yeah, right. Eminem would go on to finish 2018 on a literal high note by performing his hit song Venom on the 103rd floor of the
Man, dude, Venom sucked ass, bro.
Empire State Building on Jimmy Kimmel Live. In the following year, leading up to the 1-year anniversary of the beef, Eminem would lend some notable features, including Rainy Days with Boogie,
I promise not to cry crocodile tears if you end up shocked at my lyrics.
Remember the Name with Ed Sheeran and 50 Cent,
The state would have it, yeah, became an addict. Funny.
Jesus Christ, bro. Eminem fell off so hard.
Cause I had popped a pill.
Bang with Conway the Machine,
That was back when I smoked cannabis. Man, but it was tough cause I was a fan of his, so it sucked to hand him his ass, but
and most notably Homicide with Logic, which officially has gone double platinum.
getting washed like bathing. Young Hova, I know hitters like Yankees.
Kamikaze officially sold around 430,000 units in its first week, opening at number 1 on the Billboard 200 charts, making it his 9th consecutive album to
God, people have no taste. People that like this shit music, it makes no sense to me.
do so. And just before the 2019 year would come to a close, Eminem would feature on the song Lord Above with Fat Joe. Remember this song for later on.
I let her chop my balls off too before I lost to you, Nick.
Rolling on into January of 2020, Eminem would surprise release yet another project, his first since the beef nearly a year and a half earlier, Music to Be Murdered By. This album would sell 270,000 copies in its first week, earning Eminem his 10th consecutive studio album to chart at number 1 on the Billboard 200, becoming the only artist in history to have 10 consecutive albums debut at number 1. Godzilla,
Jesus Christ, bro. How would people eat this shit up?
featuring Juice WRLD, the highest streamed song on the album, is currently certified triple platinum. On the song Unaccommodating from the album, Eminem speaks on the MGK beef, saying that the war is now over.
But when they ask me, is the war finished with MGK? Of course it is. I cleanse them of his mortal sins. I'm God and the Lord forgive.
In February of the same year, Eminem was invited to perform Lose Yourself for the 92nd Academy Awards.
His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already.
And by March, Music to Be Murdered
God, he's so fucking overrated, bro. I hate Eminem so fucking much.
by had already reached certified gold status. The album would then be thrust into platinum status with the release of the Godzilla music video, which currently has over 500 million views on YouTube. Many people tried to say that this was a cash grab from Eminem, being as Juice WRLD, the artist featured on the song, passed away just a few months prior to its release. However, it has been confirmed by Juice WRLD's photographer that he did indeed make this hook for Eminem for this particular song. In July of the same year, Eminem would feature on Kid Cudi's song Adventures of Moon Man and Slim Shady, speaking on the current racial issues in the US as well as the pandemic that seemed to have the world by the nutsack.
Now I'm in a fucking casket from you coughing.
And in September, Eminem would once again pop up on Big Sean's Friday Night Cypher.
But even if I would've went the indie route, I don't have any doubt.
To close out the year, in December of 2020,
Like, he got worse with his music while meanwhile MGK started like tackling other genres. Like, that's so crazy.
Eminem would yet again surprise release another album, his second of the year. The deluxe version of Music to Be Murdered By with 16 brand new tracks. This deluxe album would receive 80,000 first week sales and debut at number 3 on the Billboard 200 as a deluxe album. Moving on into 2021, Eminem remained relatively quiet on the scene in the first half of the year, but appeared on a number of features in the second half of the year, including EPMD 2 with Nas,
It's like Christmas, you don't wanna make the claws come out. Y'all should call yourself Santa, 'cause none of y'all are real.
Walkthrough with Grip,
And come back vengefully to shoot them bullies who clowned you in elementary school.
Last One Standing with Skylar Grey, Polo G, and Mosey,
But all you see is the fame and the millions. You don't see the strength, the resilience.
and last but not least, Gospel with Dr. Dre.
And God's my alias, so if I don't have faith in me, then it basically makes me an atheist.
And to finish out the year in October, he was invited to perform alongside his longtime idol LL Cool J at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame ceremony.
Eminem. LL Cool J is hard as hell.
To begin 2022, he dropped a featured verse on Corday's song Parables, the remixed version,
That's the reason I'm in my Louis Vuitton. What am I?
and in February of the same year, he
God, I remember this show. This was terrible, bro.
performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Arguably one of the best halftime shows there's ever been.
Oh no. People have no taste.
Definitely top 5 with Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent,
I will say Snoop Dogg was gangster in that show, though. They told him he wasn't allowed to crip walk. And the motherfucker said, I'm a crip walk. You can suck my dick. Snoop Dogg is a thug, bro. He don't give a fuck.
Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, and Anderson .Paak was also there banging on the drums.
The audio quality sucks ass, bro. And how does it feel that you always have to come out and play one of those old ass songs that were actually decent? You fucking has-been fuck.
He would continue on the rest of the year to release The King and I with CeeLo Green for the Elvis movie soundtrack.
Blue suede shoes, one missing a shoelace to it.
Finally released a song with Snoop Dogg called From the D to the LBC.
That's how I know that I'm in the studio with the doggy.
Put out Curtain Call 2, his second greatest hits compilation album. Oh, and not to mention, get inducted into the f***ing Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I realize what an honor it is right now for me to be up here tonight.
And as far as for 2023, he again remained silent for the first half of the year, but then featured on The Realest with his newly signed artist Easy Mill.
Like a meteor hit it, well, then went Melly Mel. We lost his asteroids.
And then finished the year with a feature for Juice WRLD's posthumous song Lace It.
I ain't lecturing you, but man, just be careful when you lace it.
In 2024, Eminem would randomly start the year by dissing Benzino and engaging in a battle with him that I'll talk a little bit more about at the end of the video, and it's very funny. And he would go on to release an album this year. The lead single Houdini currently has over 250 million views, paying lots of homage to his Without Me music video. It has recently become a platinum song, and it's actually my most recent video to hit 1 million views on my channel. But the album, The Death of Slim Shady, sold 289,000 first week sales, slightly beating out his previous album, Music to Be Murdered By. It debuted at number 1 on Billboard. It was his 11th consecutive number 1 album, and it was the fastest selling rap album of the year at the time. Later on in the year, Kendrick, Tyler the Creator, and Travis Scott beat him out with their albums. The album is full of dozens of disses on people from Megan Thee Stallion to Caitlyn Jenner to P. Diddy, but one notable one that makes this all full circle is MGK again.
Bro, he's still throwing shade at MGK. MGK hasn't given a fuck about him in so long. It's so wild.
Just when you think the beef is over and they're done talking about each other, it's not.
I gotta keep going Tyson on Kelly. I bodied him twice and already that little motherfucker's back throwing subs like a food fight at the deli.
So will we ever have a resolution with MGK and Eminem taking shots at each other? Probably not. I'd like to think one day they can squash it and potentially make a song together. I'd like to see what that would sound like, but I'm not holding my breath for that. M would finish out the year with a feature with LL Cool J on a song called Murder.
All because he said that chick was hot. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's wild. What a child, man. This man has no emotional maturity whatsoever. What a fucking... Oh, like, dude...
Murdergram do.
Unapologetic and we're gonna cause a headache when you nail about the setting.
2025 has been relatively quiet as far as new music goes. There is the feature that he did with JID called Animals Part 1, where he actually disses another old faux Ja Rule. He also had a ton of old songs that were leaked to the media, including a crazy diss track on Suge Knight. The guy that released it all ended up getting jail time. And as of most recently, there is the Stans documentary that had a soundtrack with it. That included one new song called Everybody's Looking at Me, which was actually an older song. And that is the extent of the new music that we have got. But now, let's talk about all these diss tracks that have been happening. Before Rap Devil, especially in the 2010s leading up until its release, you basically had 0 people going after Eminem on a song.
Eminem is Eminem. If you notice in hip hop, Eminem is the only rapper that nobody ever wants a problem with, including myself, man. Eminem is like the most lyrically insane. Even when I was going at 50 and me and Dre wasn't seeing eye to eye, man, I stayed away from the white dude.
Despite the hundreds of disses and name drops throughout the years, it basically seemed as if Eminem was untouchable. If he disses you, sit back and take it and move on. I even remember being a kid looking it up to see if anyone had thought about trying to diss Eminem because it just felt like an unfathomable concept. It's like challenging Jordan to a one-on-one, Tiger Woods to stroke play, John Jones.
You talking about, man? Everlast put this motherfucker on blast. And then I like how at the end, Everlast is like, I don't give a fuck no more, we done. And then Eminem came out with another diss track. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I saw your comments on the, what's that shit called? A call of fire in the booth. I haven't responded yet, bro. I was trying to crop a video this morning. So what's going on, man? Oh, you ain't gonna like the things I say in this video, bro. You probably an Eminem stan, bro. I am not.
Jones to a UFC fight where you can use 90-degree elbows. It's just a can of whoop waiting to be unloaded with 0 that you can do about it. But Rap Devil was like hitting a full court shot to get 3 points on Jordan, getting a hole-in-one to take a stroke away from Tiger, landing a takedown on John Jones to steal a round. And once people saw that and saw Eminem give attention to that, holy fuck, did it open a can of worms. All of a sudden, you had people coming out of the woodworks to take some shots of their own.
Just like in Eminem, we had a lot of people talking about, is Eminem a guest in the House of Hip Hop? You motherfucking right he is.
You slept with your adopted sis Kim and had a child and sucked your Uncle Ronnie's dick with a smile.
I'm kinda like an Undertaker, you know I get it in. All I need is a shovel and a bitch named Eminem.
And I used to think Eminem was better than me.
So what you saying right now?
He's not.
Check your man, come and look at your friend, cause I think that Eminem is popping pills again.
Eminem, the great white hope, could be labeled as one of the top 10 rappers ever. I don't think so.
You don't think Eminem is one of the best rappers of all time?
No non-African can ever be the best of anything African.
Hillbilly, I will turn your door. That's racist. What the fuck?
To a big brain, ZW in the war, no disclaimer.
The beef with Lord Jamar had already been brewing before Rap Devil, as seen as some shots in the Kamikaze album, but all Rap Devil did was bring this to the forefront of the conversation once again. I know that I specifically was even unaware of Lord Jamar's statements at the time because not a whole lot of attention had been given to it, but now with Rap Devil, you had a whole big nest of people.
I'm doing well, job hunting because unemployed, so sadly I can't send cash these days. Been a reaction fan since before No Life Shack reacted to MGK Rap Devil. I study hip hop in my free time. That's what's gangster, bro. I as well am unemployed, bro. I lost my job about 8 months ago. And so I've just been hammering out YouTube videos. I've been doing YouTube for about 15 years, homie. But after I started reacting to Ren and stuff, I started to get a lot more traction. Shit.
Flocking, searching this new Eminem diss, and due to that, they get recommended these Lord Jamar interviews about Eminem being a white rapper and a guest in hip-hop.
Just like in Eminem, we had a lot of people talking about, is Eminem a guest in the House of Hip Hop? You motherfucking right he is.
Then all of a sudden, some people hear this statement and agree with it, and now a whole new branch of opposition is formed from...
I mean, it's just the way that things work, man. If something becomes popular and stays on top and dominates for a long time, Like, people are forgetting that Eminem had a lot of beefs early on. Like, when he was first coming up. Like, Eminem is like the only motherfucker that holds on to was a medical transport. Idiot hit my car. Mechanic said I should retire to drive around town driver. Yeah. Motherfuckers don't know how to drive. Half the time they baked out of their mind, bro.
From that specific angle. Honestly, the Eminem being a white rapper debate has always been an asterisk to his career for a lot of people, but it most certainly has hit its high point in these last 5 years, and as I just showed, Rap Devil...
That's just because racism is on the rise, especially in, you know, the darker skin tone communities. And it's also on the rise in white communities now that Trump is in office, and he's been doing a bunch of wild shit. But I mean, for the long time, we've seen rising political tensions, and skin color, for some reason, is just coming back up as a talking point from both sides, and it's ridiculous. People are people, man. That's simple, bro.
Devil acted as a fuel to this fire. Key point and example, just a few days after Rap Devil was released, Nick Cannon was on a podcast episode of Expeditiously with T.I., and it was there that he was asked about the beef that he had with Eminem a decade prior. Nick Cannon went on to then explain that he was ready to fight Eminem over the comments that he made about his ex-wife Mariah Carey. A decade prior!
It was a boxing... I was like, whatever he want to do, I'm with it. But if you've ever seen Marshall Mathers in person, he's not someone that looked like he really wants to smoke with most.
Yeah, dude, he never actually wants to smoke, but I don't advocate for violence, so settle it in your verses, bro.
This obviously was not just a coincidence. This was purely released because Rap Devil had opened the floodgates. In response to this interview, Eminem threw some shots at his featured verse for Fat Joe's last album on a song called Lord Above that I mentioned earlier.
I let her chop my balls off too before I lost to you, Nick.
This would then create a domino effect, which I arguably think is the funniest thing that's happened out of all of this. Because just a few days later, Nick Cannon would team up with the Wild 'N Out crew to release The Invitation, where Nick would reiterate disses that had been around for 20 years.
Call Kim, somebody get Haley.
After roughly 16 hours of no response, Nick Cannon and the Wild 'N Out crew grew angsty and would release another diss track called Pray For Him.
Damn, and what you like 5 minutes away from 70?
Again, there was just some more redundant Eminem disses, but some of them were actually kind of nice.
Give Eminem 4s and knock him out at Jordan 7.
Later that day, Eminem would respond with a few tweets of his own, and that would be the end of it. Just kidding, obviously not.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
After 10 days of no actual diss response or an acceptance of this invitation, Nick Cannon would ride solo and rescind that invitation with the song cleverly titled The Invitation Canceled. This song is filled with Nick Cannon race baiting and attempting to cancel Eminem and just saying some really outlandish stuff. But at least this is where it would end. Just kidding, obviously not.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Even randomly at the end of 2023, Nick Cannon did this on Wild 'N Out 4 years later.
And all I need is a shovel and a bitch named Eminem.
Maybe one day I'll do some anniversary videos about this beef. It just sucks that it's literally 3 bad Nick Cannon diss tracks and 2 Eminem tweets. I have made a video on each of these 3 diss tracks that are hilarious, and I invite you to watch them when this video's over. And don't worry, I won't cancel the invitation like some people. But regardless of what you think about these diss tracks, the response to Rap Devil specifically was so eye-opening that it made people like Nick Cannon feel like he could rap against Eminem. That should say something. Over the following year of 2020, there would be some more Lord Jamar interviews about Eminem's album Music to Be Murdered By, where he said nobody is listening to that album, but then proceeds to quote the entire chorus about the 12th track on that album.
Hey, my step, oh, that shit rocks.
Even Snoop Dogg, of all people, would chime in saying that he doesn't think Eminem is a top 10 rapper of all time.
Eminem, the great white hope, could be labeled as one of the top 10 rappers ever. I don't think so.
Luckily and thankfully, Eminem and Snoop would squash this beef, which makes me happy because...
Yeah, dude, it's weird that Eminem always keeps beef with, like, the smaller people and never squashes it. But as soon as he has to go up against someone like Snoop Dogg, motherfucker, like, just whips out his dick and just starts giving that motherfucker head. It's crazy, dude. This guy's a spineless fucking coward.
That was a very sad time for me. But again, all of this seemed to be coming out of nowhere. Or was this coming because there was this false sense of security that you can now talk about Eminem? In 2021,
What's up, lost ones?
He randomly got one of the stupidest diss tracks of them all by a rapper named As Is, who used to be in a rap group called The Outsiders with Eminem back in the early 90s.
You slept with your adopted sis Kim and had a child and sucked your Uncle Ronnie's dick with a smile.
This track got zero response and recognition from Eminem, and As Is had to resort to battling YouTube rappers as a last resort. But again, Rap Devil gave these rappers this false sense of security that they could just throw these disses out there and they'll get some sort of notoriety out of it.
Well, I mean, like, dude, you can't. I mean, like, Rap Devil was a fire track. You know what I mean? Wait, bro, you don't like Snoop Dogg? Bro, what the fuck, man?
Including Snoop Dogg, obviously. His was more of a strong opinion that just seemed to happen in the middle of all this out of nowhere. You remember earlier in this video when I showed you a clip of this rapper, The Game, saying this about Eminem?
Yo, bro, The Game, I like The Game, but he's kind of trash.
Eminem is Eminem. If you notice in hip hop, Eminem is the only rapper that nobody ever wants a problem with, including myself, man. Eminem is like the most lyrically insane. Even when I was going at 50 and me and Dre wasn't seeing eye to eye, man, I stayed away from the white dude.
Well, in 2022, he would say this.
And I used to think Eminem was better than me.
So what you saying right now?
He's not.
You cannot tell me that Rap Devil did not have a direct correlation in this man thinking this way now. He would even go on to release Black Slim Shady to show everyone that he was indeed better than Eminem and would fail miserably at that, as depicted in this video.
What did Trump say about the first Trump inauguration? Colorblind racism never disappears. So many people say racist when they personally mean discrimination. Most of racism is structural, integral course effects, but anti-racist, not neutral. I'm not a guy who just truly thinks that all racism stems from systemic, stuff. I believe that racism is a taught thing through parents, and more importantly, by dealing with. So, like, I used to believe that just by like putting people around other ethnic groups that would solve racism. Like, it would force them to see them as human. But the problem is it doesn't work that way. Sometimes forcing ethnic groups together that just don't like one another, you can exacerbate the racial tensions that way. And also, regardless of what Snoop Dogg said during Trump's first inauguration, that doesn't mean I'm going to hate the guy because he was kind to Trump. Like, what the fuck, dude? He also took it back later, Though through parents is integral cohort effects. I got that, but sometimes it's a learned thing too. From friends, from being around other ethnic groups, it can further exacerbate tensions. People aren't naturally born to like one another. Just not the way that it is. People like to divvy themselves up into, little tribes. We've done it for thousands of years. Before we even knew how to read and write, we learned to effectively pick people and say, you're one of us. And they usually did that through, where you lived, what you look like, what identifiers you had on your body, what paint you had, bro. Sometimes it's not just like a structural thing. Sometimes it's an intrinsic thing. I agree that the structural part, we're all born into a culture or more than one. Yeah, and then when you try to force, he was calling others out for performing, then he performed at the second inauguration. Oh, well, who cares? An artist should perform for Trump, bro. What the fuck? That's a huge platform. He's just being a bitch in the first one. This money, dude. Money talks. That's all that motivates these people. None of them have morals or character. They lost that when they became rich. And then over time, they slowly started to transform into ways to further increase that wealth. They bit into the apple of the fruit of the Garden of Eden, bro.
Video of mine. Again, hilarious. But the worst part about all of this is that it was completely unwarranted. Eminem did not say a word about Snoop Dogg, As Is, or The Game.
Unless they, children don't hate when very young, unless annoyed by a specific crowd. Even then, children forgive. Hip-hop still has moral and character. I don't think anything really has morals and character. Money talks, bullshit walks. Rap does not equal hip-hop. Well, true. But it's a branch of it. You know what I mean? Like, even hip-hop artists, bro. They would still sell out. Even pop artists, like, if you want to be entirely Puritan and say that like only certain things can be mesh into be a hip hop, I mean, by all means, but all things evolve over time. And children do hate things. Some children are just evil, babe. Like, that's just the way it works, you know? Like, some kids, you know, kids are pretty evil in the beginning. Like, they have to be taught morals and right from wrong, and if you just let a kid do what a kid wants, it becomes a brat. It just becomes like the walking personification of the id.
But the way the culture had shifted, their need to speak up became too overwhelming to hold it in. Even as recently as August of 2023, the first ever Rap Hall of Famer Melly Mel threw some shots at Eminem in this interview. Again, circling back around to the Eminem not being in the top 10 rappers of all time because he's white.
But he's white. He's white.
That's just racism. Who gives a fuck, man? Rap isn't just black music, dude. Not without influence. Talking racism, not greed. Lol. Look, my hypothesis is hip hop will cause you much cognitive dissonance. Sure, man. Everything in this world is foreign to me.
Eminem would then respond to this interview with a small little shot on his song The Realest with his newly signed artist Easy Mill.
Like a meteor hit it, well, then with Melly Mel, we lost his asteroids.
And then Melly Mel would respond with a diss track of his own, really hyping it up as something dope, only for it to suck.
Check your man, come and look at your friend, cause I think that Eminem is popping pills again.
But in 2024, we had an explosion. To start off the year, we had some old enemies return. Ray Benzino. On January 26, Doomsday Part 2 was posted to Eminem's channel, a solo song that he does for Cole Bennett in his Lyrical Lemonade project. The track is less than 2 minutes long, but over half of it is spent making fun of Benzino.
What is the opposite of Benzino? What? A giraffe.
2 days later, Ray Benzino would respond with his own track called Voltorious, which, well, not the best.
Yo, Eminem should be called Skittles, sweet ass motherfucker.
Candy ass Eminem, bitch.
What the fuck? Why is all the worst rappers go after Eminem? And they're like the only one that M responds to, bro. Like, what the fuck, dude? M is such a pussy.
Yes, feminine.
Outraged at the public's response to the track and Eminem's lack of response, just a few days later, Ray Benzino would drop Rap Elvis. And this, however, was met with overwhelmingly accusations of ghostwriting because it was so good that nobody believed he actually wrote it. And to this day, he claims that he did, but I believe everybody knows that somebody else wrote it. There were lots of rumors that Cassidy wrote it, but nothing has been confirmed.
You wasn't making any type of noise these days, so a choice was made. Clout chase Benzino and Corner Ray.
A couple of weeks go by, and Benzino, overwhelmed with emotion that Eminem has yet to respond, does an interview with Drink Champs where they endlessly talk about Eminem. So much to the point that Benzino ends up crying.
I don't got nothing against Eminem. I got nothing against Eminem. Eminem can rap, but I care about us more. I don't want to go through, I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't want. For 22 years, every time I do an interview, they ask me about Eminem.
Eminem would proceed to not acknowledge this man whatsoever.
He put this last album out and didn't dare mention my name. Didn't dare mention Benzino. After that ass kicking of Voltorious.
Bro, why are people so fucking... Rap is so fucking lame. I'm so glad I don't participate in like mainstream rap shit. All of it sounds like trash. All of it sounds like ass. And all these people are just have overinflated egos and they're just all big fat pussies. The problem with greed money argument is Max Weber's work on power and the fact that you have to pay soldiers and police. So if like inflation is bad, you can no longer buy people. Okay.
And of course, the legendary classic now, Rap Elvis, went to Detroit, in the city, went to Mom's Spaghetti, threw the meatballs all over the McCurb, disrespected him in every way, waxed his ass with Rap Elvis, and he came back with an album and didn't even mention the Z-Ster at all.
But just
because you're trash, dude. It's
to show you how much the culture has turned, we even have YouTubers dissing Eminem now. Just a few months ago, Big Zoo, who people tell me is a chef, put this out.
There's no point in a rap battle, you'll just lose it. You was talking about little boys and just lose it.
This was in response to Skepta and Joyner talking about the USA versus UK rap beef and who was better, but the fact that people feel comfortable doing this now is the point that I'm trying to illustrate. All of these diss tracks that I've mentioned happened as a result of Rap Devil giving them this false sense of confidence that they can now go at Eminem. And as a result of that, they made Rap Devil sound way better. When Rap Devil was released, the majority of people viewed it as a pretty middle-of-the-road diss.
Except me, bro. I thought that shit was fire. I like when people call out a bunch of, like, stuck in their ways, corporate ass, fucking pill popping bitches.
Had some cool lines in it here and there, but it also had some weird beard lines.
This fucking beard is weird. This fucking beard is weird.
But the sample size that we had to compare it to was virtually non-existent, so we didn't know how an Eminem diss track was supposed to sound. But now that we have all these new diss tracks going at Eminem, Rap Devil has quickly surfaced as by far the best of these new diss tracks. And every time a new diss track is dropped, people search Eminem diss. And what happens? Rap Devil pops up at the top, only making the song bigger and bigger as the years go by.
Everybody important in hip-hop loves Eminem. The mashups are great. MC ratings him is crazy. He's up there with Jay, Nas, right? Yeah, yeah, dude. And I think he's overrated as fuck. I think Eminem is dog shit. His first couple albums was pretty gangster, bro. And by the time Relapse came out, I was out, bro. I was done. All of his songs became about depression and like his new struggle of being a rich white man and nah, bro. Yeah, he betrayed his audience, bro. You know, and I also didn't even like his diss against fucking Trump, dude. His diss against Trump was dog shit. Holy fuck, dude. And I also hate the way that he twists and bends words in order to make things rhyme that shouldn't rhyme. That shit's trash, dude. But his first couple albums against the FCC and like political correctness, living up impoverished and being like white trash, man, all of those songs were fucking awesome. Like, I Don't Give a Fuck. I Still Don't Give a Fuck. Superman. Holy fuck. Wrong. Yeah, dude. I think Eminem is one of the most overrated artists in the game. But that's just me.
And as more people diss Eminem. Again, the domino effect. So moving forward, I think we are done with the age of dedicated diss tracks by Eminem. I think we will continue to see him take little pop shots here and there like he has continued to prove over the last few years. But
yeah, always it's smaller creators and people that like he isn't afraid of. But like that was a criticism of Eminem back when I was a kid growing up, man, when Relapse came out. That stuff is genius and it's called stunt rhyming. It should be an Olympic event. It's literally just you. Hell yeah, it is, bro. Bro, it could always just be me. There's a reason why he's like one of the most popular rappers in the world. I think he's dog shit.
Long gone are the kill shot days. Long gone are the responses to the Rap Devil. You'll just get pop shots from here on out. But that's all for this video. Please subscribe if you want to check out more videos like these. They take a very long time to create. I'm actually an artist myself. That is my primary occupation, so it would be dope if you checked out any of my music. There is something there that you would like, okay? There's something. All right, I make a lot of cool stuff. Massive shout out to my Patreon members that you guys see on the screen right here. They got this video early. Also, no ads or no interruptions, just straight video content. Helps me out a ton, and you get shout outs at the end of every single video like this. Shout out to Raid for sponsoring this video. Once again, scan the QR code on the screen to start playing for free. And shout out to all you lovely sons of for watching this video. Love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Peace out. What they talking about?
Like, I like Crip. I like his music a little bit. But his voice sucks ass, bro. He just doesn't have the rap voice. Like, his voice is just lacking, bro. That's where my problem with him is. Oh, Timo is now a character in 2XKO. Like, he had a Dax diss that I liked, because I fucking hate Dax and Tom McDonald. But, yeah. You hate him, troll his fans with R.A., the rugged man, who was the original Shock white rapper, and he has a track with Biggie and still makes music. I remember the beef between Everlast and Eminem, and you are insane, but you're allowed to be wrong and we still love you. I got you. Bro, that shit Trump shocks military crowd and dangerous speech. You know what? We'll do a Crip song real quick. Let's see if he's got something. Just because I... Can we, like, get to your music, though? Like... Yeah, I didn't like Lil Wayne either, bro. Dude, the majority of the most popular rap, I just think is... Oh, he just turned 30 this year? Jesus fuck, Crip. Yo, where the fuck is your music, bro? Can we just go hit home? For you, videos, Crip music. Here we go. Dude, I love Immortal Technique. That's what I was just gonna say, bro. I was gonna say this, dude. So, like, I really liked Immortal Technique growing up. I even liked, he had a song called The Philosophy of Poverty. And how I didn't grow into, like, a crazy communist, I have no idea. So, when I got your comment, it was like an aha moment. So, I was literally telling my girlfriend, who was a moderator in this chat, by the way, if she's still around. She's at work right now, so she has a hard time, you know, participating. But I remember I literally showed her, because we were having a conversation about how, like, communism has spread since the 20s in America, and how violent communism really is, and how I think it's one of the most morally disgusting things on the planet. And I used Immortal Technique to, like, showcase. I was like, look at this, all right? This guy was making music when I was a kid growing up, and now we have the natural evolution now is now you have people like Hassan Piker, which are like the biggest political content creators on YouTube and on Twitch, as like a member of the left who pushes like radicalization into communism while pretending to like LARP as a social democrat. Like, that's his whole shtick. He, like, there's even leaked things of him saying that to like people in like backroom dealings and like backroom events and shit. Or he's like, yeah, I just pretend to be a Democrat so I can come and radicalize, you know, liberals into, you know, socialism, and then from socialism I can like push them into communism. And that's what Marx even thought about. Like socialism was just like a transitory system to get to communism. Anyway, so I used that song. I was like, look, dude, here he is talking about it. My girlfriend's like, he's not talking about communism. I'm like, dude, he's talking about the proletariat. He's talking about giving the land back to the people. Like, all it is reading. Dude. I can't stand it, dude. I can't stand how effective it is. Like, dude, communism is such poison to the world because it LARPs as being good for people, helping people, but then like it does the same thing as like a fascist ideology does, except while lying to your face. And that's my problem. Like, if you're gonna be a fascist, at least tell me you're a monster. Just go full Nazi and I can just be like, oh, okay, you're a disgusting person. But I know where I stand. Don't lie to me and tell me like I have a chance. Marxism is basically structurally correct. That's why Marx Weber alternative funded sociology. I got you, bro. But also no. Like, Marxism is bad and one of the worst parts of our entire society, and it has completely eradicated our ability to have conversations. And because of the unhingedness of Marxism and the far left communist bullshit, we get like responses like MAGA, and we get to see people lose their rights in real time. And that's what they're going to use. Now they're saying that all Democrats are essentially Marxist. What's bad about Marxism? Brother. Marxism and communism are the way that they strip away individual autonomy, like property rights, all of the stuff that is like very true in Americanisms. It's not just workers owning their own business. It's not. It's the state owning their business. Cutting out managers and shareholders? Yeah, that sounds like the most ridiculous thing on the world. Have you ever been a manager? Have you ever worked in an environment where you left things up to like the workers? Workers are fucking lazy. They're incompetent. They don't want to do things. They just want their paycheck and to go home. Like, bro, managers are almost a requirement. Like, bro, And also, no, that's authoritarian communism. That not anti-authoritarianism, bro. You can butter it up all you want, but like, what did Ayn Rand say? Eventually, all things hit their like logical extreme if you let them go unchecked. Like, eventually, things are just gonna move to the furthest level of like Marxism or Marxist-Leninist or whatever. Eventually, you hit a point where, nah, dude. And also, I'm sorry, dude. I've been managers multiple times for multiple different companies. The majority of the workers that worked under me, especially at bigger corporations, were fucking crybaby fucking... No, dude. They want reduced hours, more money, and the ability to pick and choose jobs because they don't want to do jobs they don't like. Because everyone wants to do that. Like, and they would use any justification to get out of doing those jobs whenever possible. Like, people have no morals. I don't want people. Workers elect their own leaders. No. The guy who funds the building should elect the person he wants to have there. And no one profits but them? Yeah, then so no one's going to invest in the business. Like, investors should have returns for their investment. That's why they invest. And that's why businesses get off the ground. And it's how the middle class can create businesses today. Like, the workers own the building? Yeah, that's terrible. Why would I want the workers to own the building? Have you ever been into someone's house? Yeah, no, bad. I want investors. Give me investors, please. No, they are investing and they get a return for their investment. That's good. Like, why would you want someone to give to something and not get something out of it? How is a business going to be propped up? Like, do you imagine like the things that business creates would probably be dramatically more expensive because of that? That's a leech. How is that a leech? Someone giving you like $200,000 to open a business isn't a leech. If they don't work, what? So a manager's a leech because they don't do the physical labor? That doesn't make any sense. Like, they are providing a resource. I'm not a communist, so I'm not advocating against you here, Will, but I think you have to consider the effect of worker culture in different countries and has on the way people behave. No, the workers elect who does the manager work. Yeah, but why? Why would I want a worker to hire in people? The USA is not the same as the UK. I would disagree. I would imagine that most workers suck universally across the board around the world because humans suck universally across the board around the world. To get rid of rich people. Why do I want to get rid of rich people? Why is rich people a bad thing? I don't think rich people are the enemy. And I say that as a very poor individual. Like, hold on. Where are we at for... So the planet lives? The planet's gonna die because of rich people? Yeah, I've only made $118. I actually lost $20. I don't know how that happened. I was at 130. Overconsumption is the problem. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on all of this. So respect to Aquila, because you think you've learned universal truth about human behavior in your work life, but you have a limited perspective, and the rich do most of it. I don't think I've learned a universal truth because I don't believe in universal truth. I just think people suck, and I barely ever see people do anything good. You know what I mean? And the rich do most of it. No. The people that are usually pretty harsh on our economy are the poorest people in our economy. They're the ones that eat the fattiest and nastiest foods. They're the ones typically using AI and further increasing, the cost of AI on our environment. They're also the ones that drive outdated cars and do terrible things to our environment. It's not just the rich people, bro. We like to tell ourselves it's the rich people because we want to other them, right? Like, oh, they have the things I don't have, so like they're obviously the problem. When they're just people that probably worked very hard for their money. That's a universal, you just proclaim people suck. Well, a universal truth means that all people suck. I'm not saying that. Hashtag bereave. Like, bro, at the end of the day, thank you, by the way, Unbearable. Like, bro, a universal truth means that it's universally true all the time. I'm not saying all people suck all the time. There was a statistic once that I don't remember where I read it from, and it could be total bullshit, so I could be lying to you right now. Take this with a grain of salt. People are good all the time. Think about how many not murders happen every day. Every time two people meet, no one dies. What, are we the apex predators insane? We're amazingly good? No. No, because people typically do things that are based off of their own personal greed. I don't think that people that are acting off of greedy ways are going to be good. Just because you're not killing someone doesn't mean you're good. If your definition of good is not to murder somebody, then we are on two different planes of existence here. My definition of good is doing good for everyone around you. Fear of consequences is likely what stops people from committing a lot of crimes. Exactly, dude. If we didn't have crimes, or we didn't have laws, and we didn't have enforcement mechanisms to hold people account for things, they would do bad things. People don't want to be on the receiving end of bad things. They're trying to operate by the golden rule. But anyone who does good are people who lift up their society. Greedy people are stupid people, and most people are stupid. Well, yeah. So then most people are greedy. And that means most people are evil, because my definition of evil is an abundance of greed. If you get more educated, you become more altruistic. Well, that's not true. Sometimes. By and large, probably. But also, the more wealthy you get, the more money you typically make. And the more money you make, the less you need money. So the more you're willing to give. Because no longer are you competing with your own hierarchy of needs. It's not a matter, like, this is why more people should be rich, not less people. The more money we have, the more effective we can dictate our lives. Here we caved quite a few cooperative banks, supermarket chains, and there are no shareholders. The workers own part share of the organization as part of their employment. These businesses do better. No money is corrected with a lack of empathy. What empathy do we correlated? And just because you have a few successful businesses, like, how long of a time frame are we talking about here? Right now, there are people that are probably invested in the business that helped make it a co-op. Wait until the next generation of workers come in that don't give a fuck and don't understand the struggles what it took to make that. Humans are naturally self-serving. If your neighbor dog keeps shitting in your yard and there was no consequences to it, a lot of people would likely take matters into their own hands. Psychos do the best in capitalism? That's not true. What is it, like 46% of CEOs have a liberal arts degree? Look at management studies. Well, I think that management probably turns you into a someone that's psychotic. Huge businesses that have been successful for a long time, then why is no one replicating that? If they're super successful, and why is no one replicating that? If it's a shoo-in that they're going to make money, why is no one else doing it? They are. Really? Where at? But also, that's why liberalism works. If you want to start a co-op, you can. Nothing to stop you. And communism, you have to do a co-op. So sorry, I'm going to pick the one that gives me the freedom to choose however I want to run my business versus the one that forces me to run my business in a particular way. I'll always defend private entities and private enterprises, and yeah, it's a common model here. I do have 3 degrees and come from a well-off family, but not rich. Rich means passive income. I don't. I'm a dipshit that only went to a crazy high school that for anger management. You know what I mean? And, you know, I did come from a pretty well-off family. Well, not well-off. My dad worked for Raytheon for like 42 years. So, like, money wasn't an issue in our house. But I didn't go to a good school, and I chose to agree with blue-collar guys and go get blue-collar jobs and became a truck driver right out of school. Made really good money. Really good money. But anyway, let's go take a look at... I only have 2 degrees. Look at you rich people with your degrees. My grandfather worked at Lockheed Martin. Yeah. All right. I don't want to play all, dude. Just let me see. I heard that song before. I'm not rich though. Dude, I'm not listening to fucking Adam Calhoun, bro. That guy's dog shit. Oh, a Chris Webby song. My degrees were free. Wild. My position personally is just make everything nice. Yeah, I mean, and I think we can do that. Like, all of the things that I want done, such as, like, stronger safety nets, social security benefits, like, potentially maybe go to a UBI or some kind of form of, like, free medical. All of that can be done through capitalism. I'll stick with my capitalism and my liberal values. Because you can make, you can even make, like, a fucking conservative argument for doing some of these things. Like, we don't have to completely switch our entire system to go to, like, Marxism. We don't have to go to socialism, and we don't have to go to, like, communism to do these things. All of these things can be done through capitalism. So there's no reason to change our system if it can be worked in with the system we currently have. It's easier to reform a system than it is to replace a system. All right, so we got a crypt. Do you think the environment should remain an externality? I don't know necessarily. I think that we should probably make some changes to make the environment pretty good. But I mean, America, up until Trump got in office, was already leading the way in that regard. And so are many of our UK countries. The majority of the pollutants that we were putting in the air were coming from China and India. And we can't force them to change their ways. We can only ask them to. So as long as China and India are going to keep doing the things they want to do, you know, it's going to be pretty shitty. Now, Trump got in and pulled away from the Paris Accords and, you know, just a bunch of other shit. But, you know, by and large, America helps lead the way on these fields, and we should do better and we should do more. But when, you know, people are scared into voting for Donald Trump over, you know, the rational thinking individual Kamala Harris, what do we do? You know what I mean? Shit. No one is doing shit on the environment in China today to do that because they can take into account the 1800s emissions from the West and the totals. Okay, man. Well, my point bringing up the co-op wasn't gay communism. My point was that your manager shareholder workplace rant was a bit dystopian and based on limited experience of the U.S. industry. Sure. You know what I mean? Like, sure. But, you know, we have a long line of humans doing shitty things all the time, so yeah, I'm gonna just stick with, like, you know, what is it, a common sense argument here? I would rather assume that everyone is a dog shit employee until they prove to me they're not. This way I can't be disappointed.
Where were you on the nights that I sat by myself in my room, out my mind, trying to handle my health, all alone on the phone, hoping you pick up the cell? But now I know how it goes when I get your voicemail. Where were you on the nights that I sat by myself in...
That bass is fucking going ham as fuck right now, dude. That's crazy as shit. Again, my problem, like, dude, Crypt lyrically is good, to me at least. But bro, his voice, he doesn't have enough, like, anger in his voice. It sounds too high pitched for me, bro. Maybe it's a personal thing. I don't know, bro. And Webby's kind of the same way sometimes. They come off as nerdy rappers, bro. Like, which, you know, respect to it, but they should make more nerdy music than it. Instead of, like, trying to make, like, gangsta music or, like, we hard music, you know what I mean? Like, should just make music about getting fucked up.
Now I know how it goes when I get your voicemail. Where were you on the nights that I sat by myself? In my room, out my mind, trying to handle my health. All alone on the phone, hoping you pick up the cell. But now I know how it goes when I get your voicemail. So many times I've cried, so many times I've hurt, so many times I've tried to die and take a ride in that long black hearse. But I called you first, but you ignored me.
All right, he's doing way better here. What the fuck? All right. Man, do it, Crip. Do it. All right. Maybe he heard my criticisms from like 4 years ago. So he did have a song about his grandma that I really liked when she died. That was a pretty beautiful song.
Cause you knew that my life was piss pouring. You would move to the side when it gets gory, and then you would arrive when my mood was subsiding and I get a victory. It's funny how these people tell you that they'll always be there for you through the thick and thin. Cause when you lose and they ain't nowhere to be viewed until you improve and begin to win, then all of a sudden they...
Man, one of the things that I learned, there was a fucking quote or a saying, I can't remember who it was. It was probably like Marcus Aurelius or one of these stoic wannabes that dipshits eat up on the internet, myself included. But it's something like, the road to self-improvement is usually a road you have to do alone. Like, people will like, man, where you been? What are you doing? Why are you never around? But like, bro, I'm working on shit. You know what I mean? That's a rough one, because usually when you work on shit, you have to prioritize certain things, and it comes at a cost. We learned this in I don't know if anyone's ever seen Scrubs, but there's like a really cool episode where like Turkleton realizes he's getting a little chunky. So he goes to Dr. Cox, who's a man that's, older gentleman, but he's healthy, he's in shape. He's got a nice, bod, And like, the way that they learn about it is Dr. Cox is like, I hate my body. And like, he's alone. So like, all he does is spend his free time working out and drinking. So, and then Turkleton was like, nah, bro, I'm going to go spend time with my wife. And like, so he took a little hit to his body. But then it's cool because Carla's a good girlfriend or wife and started like making healthier snacks. But anyway, the point is that people that work on themselves typically have to sacrifice things around them. Which is crazy because the TV show taught me that when I was, like fucking 15? Like, at some point when you do things to work on your own individual things that need fixed, it usually starts with like a level of isolation to some degree. And, it might come at a cost of some personal relationships at the time. Anyway,
to be viewed until you improve and begin to win. Then all of a sudden they come out of nowhere and act like they've always been there. Like you weren't the one that was braving the storms. They just seen the weather's fair and they want to claim you when you get well. And they'll be quick to say that you're friends and they always knew that you'd excel. But you weren't there on the night I had a gun to my head with a one-way trip to hell. So don't you ever dare to look my way.
In neighborhoods and walkable bars. I don't know, man. Intergenerational homes, that might be good for like people of like different cultures, but white people, that's probably dangerous. You know what I mean? Like, my God, bro, if I had to live with my grandparents, I think my grandma was a good person, but one of my grandmas, man, she was like an evil, vile bitch that didn't even graduate to 3rd grade, and she was just a spiteful, venom-filled woman that treated everyone around her like shit. I remember one time she was going off on my mom. My mom literally moved her in with us because no one else in the family would take her because she's such a bitch. I had another word I was going to use, but a lot of people don't like that word, so I'll just not use it. Anyway, that's because white culture sucks and needs therapy. Hell yeah, dude. This woman got pregnant at the age of 12. She ended up having like 7 fucking kids. She dropped out of high school, so she couldn't, she dropped out of elementary school, so she couldn't read, and she was fucking from the age of 9. She was an alcoholic. My God, dude, she was just a disgusting human. And the whole time, she treated the whole world like around her like shit. See? Bro. I remember she was yelling at my mom. I live in an intergenerational home, and my mother's life and full-time caregiver. I didn't choose this lifestyle, but my mom needs me, so I'm here. That's like one of the bummers, right? Because I got denied my passport because I didn't put my parents' birth information on there because I'm adopted. So I was like, oh, fuck that, But they didn't like that. So They denied my passport, so now I have to like go to like the consulate or something to get a passport, just in case, because my parents are like in their 80s now. So if I ever need to go home, I can't. So, you know, I need to get on that. But yeah, dude, I remember one time this woman went ape shit on my mom over like the dumbest thing. My mom like cooked her food and like she didn't cut the crust off or something. And then she was like, "This is why you're a fucking bitch, and why no one in the family loves you." And I'm like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, you decrepit?" I said the C word. And like, she was like, dude, she was like, "How dare you?" And she like smacked me with like her cup of water. And I was like, yeah, dude, very mature. You like, how are you like the oldest person in this room on the death's door, and yet you can't even hold a single conversation while being critical of someone without being like a violent, unhinged fucking lunatic that deserves to be locked in a goddamn cage? Holy fuck. She moved out shortly after that, and that's when my mom's sister called me to like issue me a bunch of death threats, and I was blacklisted from the fucking family on her side. Fucking Wonderbar. That's why when like one of them die, they're like, "Can you believe someone's dead? Are you gonna come to the funeral?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll come to the funeral and piss on their grave. I'll take a shit on the stage." Who the fuck are these people? I was a fucking kid in high school, and I was getting death threats from family members. What? That's insane. And now they want me to like play nice with them when I'm an adult. Back when I was making money, when I was a truck driver, they're like, "Well, maybe you could help them." I'm not helping any of these absolute fucking apes. They don't deserve any sympathy. Who treats children that way? Fuck out of here. I'm not doing it. Disgusting people deserve disgusting things.
All you fair with the friends are faking. If you don't think it's fair, then I'll say,
where were you on the nights that I sat by myself in my room, out my mind, trying to handle my health, all alone on the phone, hoping you pick up the cell. But now I know how it goes when I get your voice.
We're watching some Crypt and Chris Webby, bro. I'm pretty sure you know who Crypt is. He's one of like the largest reactors in the world, like him and Knox Hill, which is crazy because like I thought him and Knox Hill were like the two worst, and the two I like never blew up. It's crazy. Just shows what I'm like. I don't have my finger on the culture of nothing.
Smell. Where were you on the nights that I sat by myself in my room, out my mind, trying to handle my health, all alone on the phone, hoping you'll pick up the cell. But now I know how it goes when I get your voicemail.
You see, friendship should be crystal.
Yeah, all right, dude. So he actually worked on that voice a lot. Yes, I know Crypt. He reacts to Ren. Yeah, dude. I think every reactor reacts to Ren at this point, bro. I don't even think it's like a rare group to do anymore, bro. I still be seeing like new reaction videos pop up constantly. By the way, Stuart, someone paid me a few bones to react to my original High Ren video. So I did that. You want to take a guess on how long it was? Oh my god, bro. It was 2 hours long. Oh, I think it was 2 hours. I think the stream was a total of 2 hours. Holy fuck, man. No, it was more than 60, bro. It was already a 48-minute video, just my video. So like, and of course I wanted to bring up other points, correct some of the things I got wrong in the video, such as forgetting about like actual Freudian fucking shit, you know. So like, you know, I had to correct some shit. And then I started to go into Jungian stuff because a lot of people were like, "Well, I think Jung is." I even went and reread Jung before I did that reaction while I was eating lunch, so I can like retouch up on shit because I'm not that good with Jung, bro. Like me and Carl, like, was Carl Jung? That's what his name was. Like, I like Freud, dude, and Jung came after him. So like, and I know Jung is like way more entrenched in like the Jordan Peterson world, so I should know more about him. But nah. So I even like double checked some info before I started that shit just to be safe. And I still think I fucked up a shit ton, bro.
Clear, but with some of y'all, this shit hard to tell. When the chips were down, yelling, "Give a fuck," where I'm picking up when I called your cell. But then it changed, and I bought a chain, and I bought a house, and I bought a range. Now they calling back, want an autograph for their cousin and wanna come hang. Shit, it's not even like I'm still pissed at them.
That's actually a wild concept, bro, and it is kind of a bummer. Like, I remember when I was first starting League of Legends, content. A lot of people subscribed early on. Well, not like they would come game with us, right? Most reactors get it. Yeah, dude. So like I would be like, yo, hey man, subscribe to my YouTube channel at the end of like a League of Legends match. So a lot of people would like hit me up. We built a Discord of like 200 people. And then one day, I think it was like 200 or 300 people or some shit. And then one day I went and looked at my subs and saw that I only had like 80 subscribers. I was like, wait, how do I have 300 people in my Discord that are supposed to be subscribed to my YouTube channel? Because it's like my YouTube for my, you know, Discord for my YouTube channel. And none of these motherfuckers are showing up in my shit. But like they wanted to be around so they could be featured in the videos, but they didn't like want to like watch the content or like even prop it up, or share it, or any of that shit. So I was like, all right, cool. So we destroyed that whole Discord, bro. Me and Unbearable went to town, bro. We used to call it the Fire Brigade, bro. We just dropped them all, bro. Especially because they were saying some pretty. I remember one time I got one of my videos got me in trouble. Like they were in the video while I was streaming on Twitch. And one of them was like talking about how they want to fuck some dude in the ass or something, and like it was very graphic, and it got me a little in trouble on Twitch. I got like email. They're like, "Hey, you need to like not let them talk like that." I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm not really in charge of them, but okay."
Cause carrying that shit is toxic. And now I'm way more rich than them. I'm too busy counting my profits. Took my shot to explode. Y'all ain't acknowledge me, so you can still come to my shows. You'll just get charged at the door. Yeah.
Hell yeah. You can come to my shows, but you get charged at the door. It's like how so many people just show up for things. You know what I mean? Like, hell yeah, bro. This kind of has the same vibe of Landon Towers, I Hope You Have a Shitty Christmas. And I fucking love that song, bro. That's my Christmas anthem. Probably can't play it anymore now that I'm like in a happy, like healthy relationship and stuff. But like, you know, I don't get to hold on to hate anymore. It's kind of like a big bummer, honestly. Like so much of like who I was built up in like nihilism, and I can't be that guy anymore. I have to like learn new avenues of like self, like actualization. Like, god damn it, bro.
I cut out all of them fake ones. I'm riding out with my day ones, and we still tight as fuck. Breaking bread, taking vacations. Ain't mad at you at all. Too many plaques up on my wall. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you should have picked up my call. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. But I love revenge songs, as long as they're not like about violence. Like, there's a reason why like even Cujo Beatdown and like the Chinchilla song that a lot of people did not like my reaction to, were like probably not my best reactions, because like the motif of it was violence. And bro, if I want to get violent, I listen to metal. Okay, that's where it's at. I hope the written, yeah. But yeah, if I want to get violent, I turn on my metal playlist. My mother is out in the driveway hiring two dudes with a chainsaw to clear some trees. Why? That's crazy, dude. Keep the trees up, man. Trees look good. They're good for the environment. Unless it's gonna like damage something. And get them out there, you know.
You on the nights that I sat by myself in my room, out my mind, trying to handle my health. All alone on the phone, hoping you pick up the cell. But now I know how it goes when I get your voicemail. Where were you on the nights that I sat by myself in my room, out my mind, trying to handle my health? All alone on the phone, hoping you pick up the cell. But now I know.
Do you know Mop? I do not. I've had a lot of pruning in the garden today, Nikki. A load of pruning to do. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Gardening is so hard, bro. I don't understand it. Watching my girlfriend go out there and do that stuff. And granted, she typically does it when I'm, like, doing this. But, bro. Fuck that. The amount of bending involved in being a gardener is fucking insane. By the way, Steve, if you're still in there, you should try these Rockstars, bro. They're not bad, and they're way cheaper than those blue ones. They do have a lot of caffeine, though. Oh, some are close to the house? Yeah, then you got no choice, bro. Gotta get out there and destroy some trees.
How it goes when I get your voicemail.
Bro, I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying. But they're not bad. They're not good either. Like they're not shaking. Like, you know, I'm missing my Red Bulls, American Red Bulls, but. It might scratch that violent mix. My problem, especially with hip hop and rap, is I like to do just small independent creators. There's I had to ask a neighbor to hold the ladder for me. He was telling how a guy broke his back falling off a ladder and had to learn to walk again. Holy fuck. Alright, I guess we can watch this real quick and then hopefully Ty gets on and we can do some league or something so we can get away from politics and music for a little bit and relax on the. He never liked Rockstar. I just don't trust two dudes with a chainsaw and a pickup truck, but my mom can't hear my concerns when she decides something is chiseled in stone. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Alright, let's see what the fuck this is.
That's what it is.
I'm not gonna lie, pondering politics, this guy gets on my nerves. It's old school, mid-1990s. Oh, okay.
Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within.
We are under invasion from within. So it's no longer the people crossing the border. Let me guess, Democrats?
No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms.
So Donald Trump just gave the most dangerous speech of his entire career, which is saying something because he has a long career of dangerous speeches, and it was addressed to military leaders and was the biggest escalation to date in his attempts to turn the United States military, which is fastidiously nonpartisan, into an authoritarian weapon of him and his administration and his cult of personality. And we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go.
I hate this guy so much. Watching him try to bash someone like Hutch on Live and Learn and suck Pisco's dick and during all of that shit. This guy is just an optics cucked bitch. But let's see what he's got to say.
All right, friends, we have several clips to play of this bombshell speech. Incredibly dangerous.
God, stop saying bombshell, dude. It's so fucking annoying that every bombshell report, bombshell.
And the clips are staggering in terms of Trump's demonization of the opposition party, his obvious cognitive decline as he rants and raves about stairs and paper, as well as some ominous hints at plans to come. Take a look.
We did great. We've got the highest numbers ever received in terms of...
Wait, is this the same video? Okay. He has sent me something. Nikki, if you have something, you can send it to me on Discord. Whoops.
Dates to the 4th century Rome. It's been repeated.
Oh man, this is like way longer than I thought. Where's Trump at? Alright. So we can get this off. I don't need his commentary. I'll just judge for myself. Yeah, I was about to get a swarm of bees out of the very tall tree this random neighborhood woman as we came up and ordered to hold the bottom of my ladder. I was joking about falling off the tree covered in bees. I never watched the news in real time. Yeah. Only memes? I don't like that. That's how Trump got elected, bro.
Thank you very much, Pete. Great job you're doing, too. Fantastic.
Pete is doing a good job? That's crazy.
Fantastic job. I've never walked into a room so silent before. This is very... Oh, don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're not allowed to do that. You know what? Just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank. There goes your future.
Cool. So he's saying, fall in line or you're fired. Awesome.
But you just feel nice and loose, okay? Because we're all on the same team. And I was told that, sir, you won't hear a murmur in the room. I said, we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. So you just have a good time. But I want to thank Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, General Raisin Kane for a reason, they call him that. When I heard his name, I said, you're the guy I'm looking for. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and so many others in this room who together represent the greatest and most elite fighting force in the history of the world, the United States military. We're very proud of our military.
I get my stuff from hip hop. Hell yeah.
Built the military during my first term. It's one of the greatest achievements. We had the greatest economy in history, and I built the military. Those are the two things I say more than anything else. And I also kept us safe at the borders. We had very good borders. We didn't have people coming in from jails and prisons and everything like took place over the last 4 years. I'll never forget what happened to this country over the last 4 years with the incompetence. There could be no higher honor than to serve as your commander-in-chief. It is a great honor. I look at you, just incredible people. Central casting, I might add. To each and every one of you, I thank you for your
modesty is his middle name.
Unwavering devotion to the armed forces and to the country that we've all sworn a sacred oath to defend. We all have that oath, every one of us.
What are you supposed to defend, though, sir? What are you supposed to uphold? Not the country, not just its people. Yeah, I saw it, Nikki. I'll grab it. But also, its Constitution. You swore to uphold the Constitution, and you have failed to do that, sir. A failure to do that is an abdication of your office, the position you held, the oath you took. You were unfit to be president, and you should be impeached.
I'm thrilled to be here this morning to address the senior leadership of what is once again known around the world as the Department of War.
No, you're good, Nikki.
I know Pete spoke about it. He gave a great speech, I thought. Great speech. I don't want him to get so good. I hate that. You know? No, I hate it. I almost fired him. I said, you can't, I don't want to go on after that. No, he gave a great speech, but he talked about Department of War. We were sitting there. I said, didn't it used to be called the Department of War? And he goes, yes, sir. They changed it like in the early 50s. Tragic. So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before that. We only won. And then we went in a way.
What's not to like?
That was probably the first sign of wokeness. And we changed it to defense instead of war. And I said, what do you think? How do you think if we changed it back? Would that be a nice idea? And Pete loved it immediately. Some people thought about it. You know, they gave it a little thought. But in the end, we did it. And I have to be honest, it's so popular. I thought it would be met with fury on the left. But they're sort of giving up, I must be honest with you. They've had it. They've had it with Trump. They've been after me for so many years now. Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given
America sure didn't win those wars single-handedly? No. No, we always had help.
Up. A lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight. Like what I called the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America, because to me it was always the Gulf of America. I could never understand. We have 92% of the a lot of bad people. But all over, that's been so popular. It's been very popular. I really thought that we were going to have to sort of fight it through. There's been no fight. There's been no fight. Like what I called the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America, because to me it was
Jesus, what's going on with this video?
Understand. We have 92% of the frontage. And for years, actually 350 years that were there before us, it was called the Gulf of Mexico. I just had this idea. I'm looking at a map. I'm saying, we have most of the frontage. Why is it Gulf of Mexico? Why isn't it the Gulf of America? And I made the change, and
hey man, be safe.
I mean, we had a couple of fake news outlets that refused to make the change. And then one of them, AP.
Thank you for the pushback, man. I always love to exchange ideas, buddy. Be safe. Have a wonderful night. Also, be careful out there. Shit's wild.
He took us to court, and we won. And the judge, who was a somewhat liberal judge, said the name is the Gulf of America, because AP refused to call it the Gulf of America. They wrote, they're not a good outfit, by the way. They call it the Gulf of Mexico. I said, no, the Gulf of America is the name. And the judge actually said that, in fact, you can't even go into the room because what you're doing is not appropriate. The name.
Ito, the Ippy 42. I don't know how to say that, bro. But yeah, man, I'm glad you stopped in, bro. We'll do more, Khaled. We'll do more of it, bro. We'll get into it. I swear it.
The name is the Gulf of America. Google Maps changed the name. Everybody did, but AP wouldn't. And then we won in court. How about that? Isn't that so cool? The Secretary Hegseth beautifully.
E to the I, pi 42. Okay. All right. I see you. I see you. Euler's equation. Euler. Oh, shit. He cracks me up. I have no idea how anyone can take him seriously. Blows my fucking mind. Hitchhiker's Guide. I got you. I got you. And Euler is also what people use in AI for modeling, right? 42, the answer to life. I'll never remember the E to the...
Described the name change reflects far more than the shift in branding. It's really a historic reassertion of our purpose and our identity and our pride. That's when we go with the word war. And you know, we want war because we want to have no wars. You have to be there, and you know, sometimes you have to do it. I have settled so.
What are you saying? We call it war because we don't want war, but sometimes you have to do it. The fuck are you?
So many wars since we're here almost 9 months, and I've settled 7. And yesterday we might have settled the biggest of them all. Although I don't know, Pakistan, India was very big. Both nuclear.
Both of those countries said that he did nothing to help. By the way. Hell yeah, buddy.
Hours, I settled that. But yesterday could be the settlement in the Middle East. That hasn't happened for 3,000 years. I said, how long have you been fighting? 3,000 years, sir. That's a long time. But we got it, I think, settled. We'll see. Hamas has to agree. And if they don't, it's going to be very tough on them. But it is what it is. But all of the...
You told them they had a week to release the hostages, and they laughed in your face. Like, what the fuck?
Muslim nations have agreed. Israel has agreed. It's an amazing thing. It just came together. War is very strange. You know, you never know what's going to happen with war. The easiest one of them all is Putin. I said, number one, it's a war that would have never happened if I were...
Yeah, because that matters. And two, Putin has been dog walking you this whole time. He's attacked NATO countries. Like, what are you doing? Other than sucking his dick.
President, if the election weren't rigged, if I were president, that war would have never happened. Not even a little chance.
Oh, the last election was rigged. Okay, so he's still repeating all the lies. No evidence. All the court cases pointed against it, but okay.
Election weren't rigged. If I were president, that war would have never happened. Not even a little chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. But I knew Putin very well, and I thought that would be easy because I know him so well. Well, that one turned out to be the hardest of them all. We had some that were not settleable, and they all got settled. So if this works out that we did yesterday with the Middle East, then that's more than a war. That's lots of wars. That's all combined. That's a lot of wars. Many of you were over there in many different capacities in many different countries. That's a big part of the earth But if that works out, it would be 8+. I could give myself 2 or 3 for that one. And then we just have the one to settle, and we have to settle it up with President Putin and Zelensky. Got to get them together and get it done. But the only way we can do that is through strength. I mean, if we were weak, they wouldn't even take my phone call. But we have extreme strength. We had the horror show in Afghanistan, which is really
the one that you set up and organized the agreement, and then didn't told the Afghani people. Yeah, that one, that disaster that you're the one who pulled us down to historic lows of troops being on the ground floor, and then set the parameter to kick the can down the road, and then like either Biden had to back out of the agreement, which would have caused a lot of fucking tension, or pull out the troops, or put more troops in. All of it was bad. Like, what the fuck?
really the reason I think that Putin went in. He saw that horror show by Biden and his team of incompetent people. And that showed, I think it gave him a path in. I wasn't there any longer. I watched that and it was so horrible. I think it was...
You set it up, you dipshit! It's so fucking bullshit that he can blame everyone but himself. And then, like, all of his fucking sycophants just eat it up. How? I don't understand.
It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And now we're back. And that's it. We're not going to have any of that crap happen, I can tell you. That was terrible, so terrible. Together we're reawakening the warrior spirit, and this is a spirit that won and built this nation, and from the cavalry that tamed the Great Plains to the ferocious, unyielding power of Patton Bradley and the great General Douglas MacArthur. These are all great men. In this effort, we're a team, and so my message to you is very simple. I am with you, I support you, and as president, I have your backs 100%. You'll never see me even waver a little bit.
So what that means, right, because this is a president that, you know, anyone who commits a crime on his behalf gets a pardon. So essentially he's saying to his soldiers, go out there and cause mayhem. I won't hold you accountable, even though it's my job to. Here we go again. He's always just saying the same shit over and over again. Warrior Spit didn't work very well in the Ryder Cup. Yeah.
That's the way it is. And that includes our great police officers and firemen and all of these people that are doing so well.
That's your supporters attacked on January 6th, killing one of them inadvertently after he had to pepper spray one of them in the face. That's crazy.
Together over the next few years, we're going to make our military stronger, tougher, faster, fiercer, and more powerful than it has ever been before. I rebuilt our nuclear, as you probably know, but we'll upgrade that also and just hope we never have to use it. We have to hope we never have to use it, because the power of that is so incredible. I see things, I don't think they'd show it to you. I really wouldn't want them to show it to you. But when you see the result of what's left, you never want to use that. Never, never, ever. We were a little bit threatened by Russia recently, and I sent a submarine, nuclear submarine, the most lethal weapon ever made. Number one, you can't detect it. There's no way. We're 25 years ahead of Russia and China in submarines. They're coming up. They're way
What's going on?
They're way too low.
Like, what the fuck? He's showing the incompetence of our people every day. And offer her expert input.
Lower in nuclear too, but in 5 years they'll be equal. They're coming up.
He created this world.
That good with person that works for him mentioned the word nuclear.
What the fuck? Why is everything so fucking poorly done? Like, everything around this man is going to shit. Fucking teleprompters are being turned off. Fucking recordings are going down. Fucking escalators are not working, bro. Like, what the fuck, dude? You break everything you get near, dude.
a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to the coast of Russia, just to be careful, because we can't let people throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are two N-words, and you can't use either of them. You can't use either of them.
What are we doing right now? At least it's cool that he doesn't want to say nuclear or the N-word. That's cool. That's cool. At least he's got some principle. I bet a lot of his MAGA fuckboys are a little upset about that because they're like, Elon lets me say it on Twitter every day. Why can't you give me permission, Daddy?
And frankly, if it does get to use, we have more than anybody else. We have better, we have newer, but it's something we don't ever want to even have to think about. But
why are you sitting here talking? No, he wants so bad to say it. Why are you sitting here talking to your generals about potentially using nuclear weapons on Russia? What the fuck is happening?
When somebody mentions it, that submarine started immediately thereafter. And it's just lurking, but I'm sure we're not going to have to use it. But it's an amazing, it's undetectable, totally. Ours is, theirs isn't. Theirs are totally detectable. We can detect them easily.
He wanted an N-word hurricane. Yeah, he did.
We go right to the spot. But we have genius apparatus that doesn't allow detection. It doesn't allow detection at all by anybody above water or below water.
Why is it that no one else listens to this man talk and go, oh, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? Like, he doesn't sound like he's informed on any particular topic. He doesn't even sound like he's a layman on any topic. It sounds like he is backstage and someone says, here are the talking points. Good luck. And then, like, he talks like he's, like, as if he's reading a speech written by a fourth grader. What the fuck, man?
Incredible. We're way ahead of everybody in that and other things. As a result of the exciting renewal of the spirit of our armed forces, and that's what it is. It's really reaching that spirit, unprecedented heights. Over the past 8 months, new enlistments, I'm so proud
Holy
of this,
fuck!
have surged to...
All right, you know what? We're going to speed his bitch ass up because this is like an hour. To be fair, nuclear ballistic submarines are basic. Yeah, no, I agree. But why the fuck is he talking about putting nuclear submarines around Russia right now? Like, come on, man. We shouldn't even tell people our hand until we are forced to use it. All right, maybe this might be too fast. He might sound like he has a cohesive thought here.
Record highs, the highest we've ever had.
Oh, too
and
fast.
we used to have recruiting shortages. If you remember, about a year and a half ago, I was at the beginning stage of a campaign, and things came out that you couldn't get people to join the armed forces. And by the way, the police also. Fire department. I always put the fire department in because they're great. They're great. And I got 95% of their vote, too. That helps. When you get 95% of the vote, you always have to mention them. But they're great. And they're brave in our inner cities, which we're going to be talking about, because it's a big part of war now. It's a big part of war. But the firemen go up in ladders, and you have people shooting at them while they're up in ladders. I don't even know if anybody heard that. And I said, don't talk about it much, but I think you have to. Our firemen are incredible. They're up in one of these ladders that goes way up to the sky, rescuing people, and you have animals shooting at them, shooting bullets at firemen that are way up in death territory. You fall off that ladder, it's over. It's over. They don't even have to inspect you when you hit the ground.
I don't think it's appropriate to call people animals, man, when you're the president of the country. Russia doesn't have recruiting shortages. They just use North Koreans. I think it's wild that North Korea wanted so desperately to get into this war. Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy how, like, China, North Korea, and Russia just so badly want to join hands, create a new axis. I don't understand why. Like, I understand that people are sick of America. Fuck. I'm an American. I'm sick of America.
And you have people shooting bullets at him.
Well, some of the things he said were okay. Like, firefighters are brave. They are putting themselves in danger. Like, he's talking about some truths. North Koreans are starving, so when Putin offers food for soldiers, they take it. Oh, well, that makes sense. An instructor at electrical theory? God damn, Nikki, what the fuck?
In some of these inner cities. We're not going to let that happen. So I always mention the firemen because that's actually a big problem we have. They are unbelievable. Like you, they're unbelievable people. For the first time on record in 2025, the Navy, Air Force, and Space Force all met or surpassed their recruiting goals 3 months early. That never happened before. And the Army did even better. Congratulations, Army. They met everything. And these were the highest standards because we're making it larger. So these were much higher standards than you had 4 years ago, 3 years ago, during the sleepy Joe Biden era. And
do you think you could ever talk without insulting the last president? Like, is that possible? Why is every time you answer a question, it always starts from like the principle of attacking someone that ran against you? And like the crazy thing is, Joe Biden didn't even really run against him in the second. After their debate, he stepped down. It took him a while to step down. I honestly think he should have kept going. I like Joe Biden. But like, brother, like why? Like why do you have to constantly attack?
The Army did it 4 months early. And you remember, a year and a half ago, they said the big stories that we're way behind with the Army, Air Force, the Navy, the Marines. We're way behind, Coast Guard, and even Space Force. I love Space Force because that was my creation. You know, when you create something, I love it. And the people we put in there were good. I got that right. We put in great people initially, and we've really dominated. We really dominate in that sphere now. We're way behind China and Russia, and now we dominate. Space Force turned out to be a very important thing. I said from the beginning, you know, when Biden came into office, he wanted to terminate it. He said, and this thing called Space Force, so we could get rid of that. And he got hammered by the people in this room for even suggesting it, because it's very important, one of the most important. And as time goes by, it'll get more and more important. But we're now at 106% of our recruiting targets for the year, and that's the best in far more than.
My dad was an electrical engineer. He had one of those sliding door moments. He had the chance of a well-paid job in a nearby town, but he turned it down to become an inventor. Big mistake. Unless it was his passion, you know what I mean? His passion was to make things. He probably did the right thing, even if it fucking sucked for him.
In a generation. And for the Marines, morale is so strong that the Marine Corps will meet its 2026 retention targets before the end of October, which never happens. And that's the earliest it's ever happened in the history of our country.
I'm sorry for that, Nikki, but that's dope that you have such a fond memory.
And it makes you feel good, you know. I felt guilty. I'd go make a speech in front of never people like you. You are the leaders, but people, soldiers. And I felt embarrassed because there'd be stories about, you know, we couldn't fill up our Army, Navy, Air Force. We couldn't fill them up. And it was headlines. It was during Biden's 4 years. The auto pen. I call him the auto pen. It's how would you like to have your thing signed by an auto pen? You know, when I have a general.
You use an auto pen, dipshit.
And I have to sign for a general because we have beautiful paper, the gorgeous paper. I said throw a little more gold on it. They deserve it. I want the A paper, not the D paper. We used to sign a piece of garbage. I said, this man's going to be a general, right? Yeah. I don't want to use this. I want to use the big, beautiful.
I like that you want to spend more money on paper for a fucking position. Why don't we save money? Like I thought the whole point of putting you in office is we weren't going to be wasteful. He's never earned a penny from his invention, depriving your family of Stan Lehman. I can't forgive him for that. Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to defend your dad. I don't know the situations, but we tell people all the time to follow their dreams, you know. Like, you know, you say I can fix a lot smaller stuff when it stops working. Hell yeah, Nikki. Help me take away my CPAP, or take apart my CPAP machine so I can properly clean it from the inside without hopefully breaking it. God damn.
Full firm paper. I want to use the real gold writing when you talk about the position, and they're beautiful. And, but how would you like to have that where some kid sitting in the back office is having it signed with an auto pen? I thought about it, and I thought about you people first, admirals, generals. I said, somebody works his whole life. He gets into maybe the academies or wherever, but however you got there, and you go through years of work, and now you become an admiral or a general or whatever. And when you do, the President of the United States signs your commission, as you know, and that commission is beautifully displayed. And I sign it. Actually, I love my signature. I really do. Everyone loves my signature. But I signed it very proudly, and I always think to myself, how can you have an auto pen sign this? It's just so.
Oh my God, dude, Trump, you're a fucking dipshit. This is nothing. This is nothing. He went out and bought more expensive paper. And, like... What?
Disrespectful. To me, it's just totally disrespectful. And it turned out that almost everything he did was signed by Otto Penn, except for what...
Yeah, because he was passing legislation, you dipshit. Yeah, we... Fucking pixie. Like, bro. Like, he was passing legislation. He was working on the border with Senator Langford. He was passing the CHIPS Act. He was, like, creating the child tax credit that ended child poverty by 50% in America. Like, bro, he was working while you fucking golf and care about dipshit things like naming it the Gulf of America and renaming it to the Department of War. Like, he was doing real things that are tangible, passed through Congress, that's actually called leading and deal making. He didn't have time to send pleasantries to people. Like, what the fuck kind of like, what world? This is like idiocracy. It's real life. It's holy fuck.
What he gave his son, Hunter, pardon. He signed that one. And that's actually the worst signature I've ever seen. That was the bad. The Otto Penn looks much better. But as leaders, our commitment to every patriot who put on the uniform is to ensure that American military remains the most lethal and dominant on the planet, not merely for a few years, but for the...
You understand that even when Biden was in office, we still had a massive spending in military spending. And then on top of that, we were still the most lethal and dominant military on the planet. Your fat orange ass getting into office didn't change that. All you did was make another military branch called ICE that you use as a fucking terrorist organization to go around and attack anyone that's brown. What the fuck?
Decades be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going...
Damn, Nikki. Like, dude, you did not cause this peace agreement. Both countries said you had nothing to do with this. Like, you don't get to take credit for the world because you want to.
At it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. Used to 2 nuclear nations, big nuclear. No, you cannot do that. I said, yes, I can. You go into this freaking war that I'm hearing about. You know, actually, they just shot down 7 planes. 7 planes. It was starting. There was a lot of bad blood. And I said, you do this, there's not going to be any trade. And I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just the beginning. And we stopped it.
That's
it
crazy, Nikki.
And the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, along with the Field Marshal, who's a very important guy in Pakistan, and he was here 3 days ago. And I didn't even realize it as beautiful as he said it, but he said that to a group of people that were with us, 2 generals, but a group.
All right. Now he's hearing voices. Let's ask AI, dude. I don't know if I spelled any of that correctly. There hasn't been a full-scale India-Pakistan war during Donald Trump's presidency from 2017 to 2021 for him to end. What did happen was a very sharp flare-up in 2019 after a terrorist attack in Pulwama, an Indian-administered Kashmir, killed over 40 Indian parliamentary soldiers. India launched airstrikes inside Pakistan. Pakistan related with its own airstrikes, and for several days, several tense days, 2 nuclear-armed countries seem to be at the edge of a larger war. Trump, he knows insurrections. Yes, he does. Trump, while in office, commented that the U.S. is working behind the scenes to help stop things from escalating. His administration, along with other international actors, notably Saudi Arabia, China, and the UAE, pushed both sides toward restraint, but it's not accurate to say Trump personally ended a war. Rather, he played a diplomatic role in de-escalating a dangerous standoff before it turned into something larger. So, what did Trump do? Trump's role was mostly a diplomatic pressure and signaling, not direct intervention. Here's what he did. Publicly acknowledged the crisis on February 27, 2019, as India and Pakistan were exchanging airstrikes. Trump told reporters that he followed the situation closely and the U.S. was trying to have it stop. Behind the scenes diplomacy, his administration, especially the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, National Advisor John Bolton, this is like from his first term. Leveraging the U.S. influence, the U.S. worked with allies like Saudi Arabia, UAE to put pressure on Pakistan to release captured Indian pilot, wing commander, I'm not trying to say that name. Pakistan released him on... So none of this is even like fucking relevant. He didn't end any fucking... There's no way... Hold on, let's go back.
Much better. But as leaders, our commitment to every patriot who put on the uniform is to ensure that American military remains the most lethal and dominant on the planet, not merely for a few years, but for the
Oh, that's right. It went back way too far.
decades, be so strong that no nation will dare challenge us, so powerful that no enemy will dare threaten us, and so capable that no adversary can even think about beating us. And we've had it recently. I had India and Pakistan were going at it, and I called them both. And in this case, I used trade. I'm not going to trade with you. You said two nuclear nations, big nuclear. And no, you cannot do that. I said, yes, I can. You go into this freaking war that I'm hearing about. You know, actually, they just shot down 7 planes. 7 planes, it was starting. There was a lot of bad blood. And I said, you do this, there's not going to be any trade. And I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just the beginning. And we stopped it. It was a great thing. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, along with the Field Marshal, who's a very important guy in Pakistan. And he was here 3 days ago. And I didn't even realize it as beautiful as he said it, but he said that to a group of people that were with us, 2 generals, but a group. He said, this man saved millions of lives because he saved the war from going on. And that war was going to get very bad, very, very bad. President Trump saved millions and millions of lives. That was a bad war. And I was very honored. I love the way he said it. Susie Wiles.
All right. U.S. President Trump claims he settled a very big India-Pakistan conflict. This is referring to his plan to end the Gaza conflict announced on Monday, September 29th. Trump said, we got it, I think settled. We'll see. Oh, this is exactly from the thing I'm watching. Okay. Oh my god, you have to like subscribe. I fucking hate this shit, dude. Indian Express 1 hour ago. Pakistan continues lost to God. No, you know what? Fuck all this. India was very big. I settled that Trump. U.S. President Donald Trump Tuesday repeated his claim that he ended, don't allow, get out of here, a very big conflict between nuclear-armed India and Pakistan. In his remarks to military's leader in Quantico, Trump also said that he was honored when Pakistan Army Chief Field Marshal Asmin Munir, who is a very important guy in Pakistan, praised him for saving millions of lives. I've settled so many wars in the 9th month of his administration, he said. I've settled 7. And yesterday we might have settled the biggest one of them all, though I don't know. Pakistan and India was a very big one. Both nuclear powers, I settled that. Referring to the peace plan to end, god damn it, bro. Fuck off! This is why no one reads anymore. Like, it's a fucking nightmare. To his peace plan to end the Gaza conflict announced on Monday, Trump said, we got it. I think we settled. We'll see. Hamas has to agree. And if they don't, it's going to be very tough on them. It's already very tough on them. But it is what it is. But of all of that, Arab nations, Muslim nations have agreed. In his remarks, Trump again went on back to the conflict between India and Pakistan and praised Pakistani officials for lauding him for saving millions of lives. Why do you fucking put ads in the middle of the story? God, dude, these websites are so dog shit. I had India and Pakistan, they were going at it. I called them both and said, in this case, I used trade. Trump said he told 2 big nuclear nations that he's not going to trade with them. They responded, no, you can't do that. Oh my God, I said, you can go into this freaking war. Oh my God. He, however, did not specify which country jets he was referring to. I was starting there a lot of bad blood, and I said, you don't do this, even though there's not going to be any trade, and I stopped the war. It was raging for 4 days, but that was just beginning, and we stopped it. It's a great thing, Trump said. Like, what the fuck is happening, dude? Holy shit, dude. All right, fuck it. These websites are unusable. Holy fuck. That's crazy. All right, fuck it.
Was there. She said that was the most beautiful thing. But we saved a lot of them. Saved a lot of them. Even in Africa, we saved the Congo with Rwanda. They've been fighting for 31 years, 10 million people dead. I got that one done. And very proud of it. So if this works out, we'll have 8 in 8 months.
You know what? Someone told me, is it the ICJ ruling on Gaza? The International Court of Justice issued an interim measures in South Africa case in January 2041, ordering Israel to prevent genocidal acts and punish incitement and ensure humanitarian aid reach Gaza. Also affirming its jurisdiction over the case, a separate advisory opinion in July of 2024 declared Israel's occupation of Palestine territories, its settlements, and the exploration of resources legal under international law, mandating the end of the occupation and the provisions of reparations. There is no final ruling on genocide. The court is still deliberating, with a definitive verdict unlikely before 2027. My girlfriend said they just said it was a genocide. The ICJ found it had the legal authority to hear the case brought to you by South Africa regarding alleged genocide in Gaza. Interim orders. The court ordered Israel to take all measures to prevent acts they would be considered genocidal, prevent and punishment incitement to genocide, ensure the flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. The court did not grant the request to immediately halt Israel's operations in Gaza. It's got plausibility, not proof. So this is the one that Norm Finkelstein says is a high bar. Plausibility. It's not. The ruling did not conclude that the genocide was occurring, but rather that the claim was plausible enough to warrant an investigation. They're just saying, like, again, and Destiny is the only one who said that. So, like, the fact that, like, even all this time later, my girlfriend lied to me, bro. She said they ruled on it. Well, or she read someone's opinion piece about it. So, nope. So as of right now, it is still not a genocide what's happening in Gaza. People like to call it that, but it hasn't been deemed that by the United Nations. Doesn't meet the mens rea for a genocide. Now that Trump is in office and he's escalating political tensions over there and giving Israel carte blanche to do whatever the fuck it wants, we'll see how that unfolds.
That's pretty good. Nobody's ever done that. Will you get the Nobel Prize? Absolutely not. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. They'll give it to a guy that wrote a book about the mind of Donald Trump and what it took to solve the wars. And he'll get the Nobel Prize will go to a writer. No, but well, let's see what happens. But it's be a big insult to our country. I will tell you that. I don't want it. I want the country to get it.
You talk about it nonstop, bro. You definitely want it, you fucking bitch.
It should get it because there's never been anything like it. Think of it. So if this happens, I think it will. I don't say that lightly because I know more about deals than anybody. This is what my whole life was.
You haven't made a single deal since you got in office. What the fuck are you talking about? There's a reason why your tariffs just went up because no one gave a fuck.
Based on, and they can change, and this can certainly change. But we have just about everybody. We have one signature that we need, and that signature will pay in hell if they don't sign. I hope they sign for their own good and we create something really great. But to have done 8 of them is just like such an honor. And then we have Putin and Zelensky. The easiest one of them all. I said, that one I'll get done. I thought that was going to be first. The others were much harder, some of them. Azerbaijan, this was going on for 36 years.
That's because Putin is playing you like a fucking fiddle, you absolute ape. Like, you're just admitting on stage that you were woefully unequipped to have this conversation with Putin.
They said, it's not solvable, so you don't do it. I said, I will do it. I will do it. And I got on the phone with the two countries. They were great. They were great. I knew immediately. I knew as soon as I started talking to them, we're going to solve that war. We did. Now they're so happy. Now they're friends. One said he's been president for 32 years, 22 years. He said, for 22 years, I did nothing but kill his people. They were in the room together at the Oval Office. And they started off spread like this. They have the beautiful Resolute desk. And one was here, and one was here. You couldn't get further away. That's the furthest I've ever seen two people in front of me. And as the hour went by, they got closer, closer, closer. And at the end of the hour, we had it done. And they hugged and hugged and hugged. And I said, that's so nice, and you're going to remain friends. And I spoke to them, one of them the other day. He said, no, he's now my friend. But for 22 years, he's been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years. And the other guy, great guy too, 7. And you know that war, that was a war that was not solvable. He said for 7 years. The other one said for 22 years. All I did was kill his people. That's all I've done. I said, well, we're going to put a stop to that. So we solved that. So it's a great thing. It's a great.
He runs the country like he's still on Apprentice? Yeah, dude. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Feeling. You're saving Kosovo and Serbia. You're saving so many lives doing this if you can do it. But our people deserve nothing less than the very best, and we're never going to let them down. And if we can solve wars instead of you having to fight wars.
She's like herding cats.
Wouldn't that be wonderful, right? Wouldn't that be wonderful? That's why one of the first executive orders I signed upon taking office was to restore the principle of merit. That's the most important word, other than the word tariff. I love tariffs. Most beautiful word. But I'm not allowed to say that anymore. I said tariff is my favorite word. I love the word tariff. We're becoming rich as hell. We have a big case in front of the Supreme Court, but I can't imagine. Because this is what other nations have done to us. And we have, great legal grounds. Oh, but you still have a case. It would be very bad if something happened. But I said, my favorite word in the English dictionary is the word tariff. And people thought that was strange.
What the fuck are you doing? What's the point of all this?
And the fake news came over and they really hit me hard on it. They said, what about love? What about religion? What about God? What about wife, family? I got killed when I said tariff is my favorite word. So I changed it. It's now my 5th favorite word. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But they hit me hard. But it is. I mean, when you look at, we've taken in trillions of dollars. We're rich again. And there'll never be, when we finish this out, there'll never be any wealth like what we have. Other countries were taking advantage of us for years and years. You know that better than anybody.
What was Musk doing in the government if it was based off of Barrett?
And now we're treating them fairly. But the money coming in is, we've never seen anything like it. The other day they had $31 billion that they found, $31 billion. So we found $31 billion and we're not sure from where it came. A gentleman came in, a financial guy. I said, well, what does that mean? He said, we don't know where it came. I said, check the tariff shelf. No, sir, the tariffs haven't started in that sector yet. I said, yes, they have. They started 7 weeks ago. Check it. Comes back 20 minutes later. Sir, you're right. It came from tariffs. $31 billion. That's enough to buy a lot of battleships, Admiral, to use an old term. I think we should maybe start thinking about battleships, by the way.
Tourists are shunning Americans in droves. He makes the rest of us look so good. Of the U.S. look so good. True.
We have a Secretary of the Navy. He came to me because I look at the Iowa out in California, and I look at different ships in the old pictures. I used to watch Victory at Sea. I love Victory at Sea. Look at these admirals. It's got to be your all-time favorite, black and white. And I look at those ships. They came with the destroyers alongside of them, and man, nothing was going to stop. They were 20 deep, and they were in a straight line, and there was nothing going to stop them. And we actually talked about, those ships. Some people would say, no, that's old technology. I don't know. I don't think it's old technology when you look at those guns. But it's something we're actually considering, the concept of battleship. Nice 6-inch side, solid steel, not aluminum. Aluminum that melts if it looks at a missile coming at it. Starts melting as the missile's about 2 miles away.
I feel my soul leaving my body listening to this guy talk. Can we get to the point where you start threatening Americans, where you don't just run your mouth?
No, those ships, they don't make them that way anymore. But you look at it, and your secretary likes it, and I'm...
Fuck, I should have watched the Pondering Politics video. I'm just going to speed this up until we get to the point where he starts talking about shit that matters, instead of just sucking the dick of everyone in the room. Sort
of open to it. And bullets are a lot less expensive than missiles. A lot of reasons. I should take a vote, but I'm afraid to take that vote because I may get voted out on that one. But I tell you, it's something we're seriously considering. They were powers. They were big powers. They were just about as mean and scary as you could be. So we'll look at that. One of the biggest cases that we won was the decision of the United States Supreme Court to allow us to proceed on the word merit. So those two words are right up there. So this is, I would say, the opposite if you ask for a definition. The opposite of political correctness.
When's the punchline?
We went through political correct, where you had to have people that were totally unfit to be doing what you're doing for many reasons. I won't get into them. But for many reasons, they were unfit. Now, it's all based on merit. That was such an unbelievable decision. I didn't expect we were going to win that one. We went in. We said we needed it. We went in for colleges, where kids with a C average are getting into the best colleges, and the kids with A averages won't get in. And kids with the highest boards and the highest marks or the best marks couldn't get into the best schools. And people that had not good boards and not very good marks, okay, but nothing special, they were getting into our best colleges. I said, this is just crazy. You can't run a country like this. And it was lingering for years, and it got to the Supreme Court, and we won that decision. Merit, everything's based on merit. You're all based on merit. We're not going to have somebody taking your place.
I think it's so funny that everyone's based on merit until the person is black, Indian, or Muslim. And then all of a sudden it's a DEI hire. We'll never have the conversation about how hard they worked to get there and what they overcame in the process of getting there. It'll just be a DEI hire because of racist assholes like you. Thank you so much, Trump, for completely destroying all of the capabilities of people that are going to be pursuing any type of career whatsoever for the rest of time. Thank you. I'd rather watch Coldplay than listen to Trump. Facts!
For political reasons, because they are politically correct, and you're not. We take the people that are going to do the best job. That's all. It's very simple. And that's the way our country was built.
My Wi-Fi is lagging, so I keep getting the spinny spin. We take the best people, huh?
We were built on merit. We got away from it for a long time. And everyone understands it. And it was done. It was approved. I give great credit to the Supreme Court because I thought they had tremendous courage. I didn't think they'd do that. That was tremendous. I give them maybe for that decision almost more than anything, because it's a hard decision to make. It's really hard. The apparatus of our country was not set up for merit. It was set up for political correctness. And you can never be great if you're going to do that. And we're going to be greater than we ever were before.
He's not.
We're bringing back a focus on fitness, ability, character, and strength. And that's because the purposes of American military is not to protect anyone's feelings. It's to protect our republic. And it's the republic that we dearly love. It's to protect our country. We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending American freedom. And we will be a fighting and winning machine. We want to fight. We want to win. And we want to fight as little as possible. You have to count on people like me to keep you out of wars, because we don't want to go into wars. Many of the wars that I just told you about, we could have entered those wars and settled them in a different way, lose a lot of our troops. And we could have settled them, I guess, differently. Maybe not, actually. Actually, you might not have been able to settle them. We just would have been in the middle of a lot of firepower. But when
you just said the soldiers couldn't have done their job. Fuck yeah, dude. Good job, bro. Good job of supporting the troops.
We do need it. You're going to be so ready. And you know it. But very importantly, with that goal in mind, I've committed to spending over $1 trillion on our military in 2026, and that's the most in the history of our country. $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. I hope you like that. Ma'ams and sirs, I hope you like it.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We're putting even more money into the military. I worked in a factory and Yellow was played on the loop over and over and over again. I felt like throwing something at the PA system.
That's a hell of a lot of money. We have the best of everything. Every branch is seeing major investments, and as I announced in the Oval Office in March, we are rapidly moving forward with the first ever 6th generation fighter jet. I didn't name it. I did not name it. Boeing came in and they said, sir, this is our submittal. It's the greatest fighting jet ever done. And they're testing all these planes. All the companies are testing, and this one tested through the roof. And they said, we'd like to name it the F-47. I said, let me think about it. Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, okay. That means 47 and 47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. I don't want to have their open borders and people coming in from all over the world, including Japan.
Jesus Christ, back to shot. Talking shit on Biden and claiming the last election was stolen. I'm so glad people eat this shit up. This is awesome.
And mental incidents. I don't want that on my record, but I like having it. We're investing tens of billions of dollars in modernizing our nuclear deterrence capabilities like never before. And we've begun construction on what we call the Golden Dome missile defense shield. It'll be the most sophisticated in the world. You watched it do well.
Yeah, because we need a Golden Dome here in America. That makes sense. How many missile attacks come our way?
Well, until they had some problems at the end with a little bit of a lack of ammunition, defensive ammunition, but they've got that taken care of. But I tell you, it's what we're doing is so good, and we deserve it. We help other countries with it. We don't have it ourselves. And Canada called me a couple of weeks ago. They want to be part of it. To which I said, well, why don't you just join our country? You become 51, become the 51st state, and you get it for free. So I don't know if that made a big impact, but it does make a lot of sense. It actually...
Yeah, that slurp was like a mid-dick sucking slurp, dude. That was wild.
Because they're having a hard time up there in Canada now. Because, as you know, with tariffs, everyone's coming into our country. We have more investment than we've ever had before. $17 trillion coming in. As an example...
Canada does not want to join you, bro. I'm out here, bro. These people do not like you. Golden Dome. I thought that was his haircut.
In 4 years, Biden didn't have $1 trillion. We have $17 trillion more than that in 8 months coming in. And
is that why you're trying to take credit for the infrastructure bill that Biden passed, that bipartisan bill that everyone wanted, and the CHIPS Act? Like you're taking credit for the things he did? He's like salivating over his own shit.
It's coming in from Canada, Mexico, from Europe, from all over. AI, auto plants. Everybody's coming back to the United States. Under my budget, we will be expanding the U.S. Navy by at least 19 ships next year, including submarines, destroyers, assault ships, and more. And it's going to be much more than that as we go along, because we basically don't build ships anymore. We do build submarines, but we don't build ships. You know, in the Second World War, they were freighters and different types, but we were doing a ship a day, and now we don't do ships. And I'm not a fan of some of the ships you do. I'm a very aesthetic person, and I don't like some of the ships you're doing aesthetically. They say, oh, it's stealth. I say, that's not stealth. An ugly ship is not necessary in order to say you're stealth. By the way, the B-2 bombers were incredible. That is stealth. They went into that. I was with General Cain and Pete. We call it the war room. But we're watching them go in, and they were totally untouched. They were not seen. They were literally not seen. They dropped their bombs. They hit every single one of them, hit its target. It was total obliteration. CNN, when we came back, fake news CNN, oh, the camera just went off. You know, the camera, every time I mention them, they turn the camera off because it's never good. They said, this is a problem. But I don't blame them. You're better off keeping it off. But they have some scammer reporter who started saying, without any knowledge, that he may not have hit the targets as well as they thought. It may not have been obliteration. He did hit the targets, and I got to give us a little credit, right? It was obliteration, it turned out. The Atomic Energy Commission said it was obliteration. Not only did they hit the target, they had these chutes. And think of this here. Way up in the sky, there was no moon. It was dead dark. Couldn't see a thing. You couldn't see them. But they had, I guess, a beam going right into these chutes. Every single one of those bombs went right down those chutes into a granite mountain. I think it's the last time they're going to build air chutes. They had these air chutes that were nice, beautiful. They were meant for us. But it was total obliteration. And now they give us credit for that. But these people were phenomenal. I tell you, for the Air Force people here, you can be very proud. That Beetle, we just ordered a lot of new ones and updated ones, but I'd take the other ones. Let me tell you, they couldn't have worked any better. So they flew for 37 hours total, back and forth. No stops, no nothing. We had 52 tankers loading them up. And that's a job I wouldn't necessarily want too much, flying a tanker, loaded up with hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel. I don't know about doing that job, you know. I asked the question, what happens if it gets hit? Sir, you don't want to know about that, right? I don't want to know about that. But those guys, they just hear us. They're incredible. I had them all to the Oval Office. We had the B-2 pilots and a lot of the people, even the people that took care of them, the maintenance people, just as important. We had them all to the White House, gave them a big party on the lawn, brought some of them into the Oval Office. But on top of all this, we'll deliver a hard-earned pay raise of 3.8% to every soldier, sailor, airman, Coast Guardsman, Space Guardman, and Marine, something you weren't getting from the past administration. They did not do with respect. They're Democrats. They never do. Not only are we rebuilding our great strength, but for the first time in years, my administration is actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of America. And very simply, we are putting America first. And I have since I've been elected. I've always put America first. It's sort of simple, you know, when you think. My campaign was run on common sense, and we did.
Your campaign was run on fucking misinformation and lies. Oh, God damn! Come on, well, let's get through this, Trump. Get to the point where I actually get to call you a disgusting human being.
Did great. We've got the highest number. Districts, you know, they have it broken up 2,500 versus 525. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. We won everything.
You won by a polarity? Yeah, that's how you say it. But all right.
Take a look at the map. It's almost entirely red, except there's a little blue line on each coast, and I think that's going to disappear too. We did really great, and part of it is because of our success with the military, the rebuilding of the military, the vote that I got from the military, and they were the vicious people, you know, that we have to fight, just like you have to fight vicious people. Mine are a different kind of vicious, but they spread all these horrible, you know, they made up statements and said what I said about everything, but even about the military. But fortunately, the military didn't believe it. It's hard, you know, they make up a statement and they said, you say it. We had 25 people that said he never said that. 25, yeah. We had 25 affidavits, and they said, well, we're going with it anyway. You know, these sleazebags. And that's why the press is really losing all power, because people aren't believing it. We need an honest.
The press doesn't have power. They're just supposed to report the news. That's it. What power does the press have?
Press. We need borders. We need borders. We need an honest press. We need fair elections. I mean, those three things.
An honest press, whenever they repeat something you say back to them, you call it fake, or I never said that. You lie about the press constantly, and you sue the press whenever they report something against you that you just don't like. Like, we do have an honest press. Like, we went through a few years during COVID and shit like that where the press overstepped and did some dumb shit. They falsely accused stuff, but that was more not them being malicious. That was more of them just trying to be the first person. And it made a media network of news that wasn't necessarily true. Like, it was just a hunger. It was a thirst of getting whatever came out immediately. I'm not essential anymore. I'm discarded and ignored. Hell yeah, dude. I know that. I was essential when I was working through COVID. Company sure liked it. I was willing to cut my own hours to help other people.
And we don't have an honest press. We have a really corrupt press, but we fight through the corrupt press. And the people understand you have to do this stuff a lot. You have to go on television a lot because you can't get a fair shake if you're going to rely on somebody else. They don't understand. They've destroyed the image of media now is at the lowest point it's ever been. It's lower than Congress. Can you believe that? It's something.
Yeah, because you constantly lie about it. And, like, you have no allegiance to anybody. Fox News got sued almost to $1 billion, perpetuating a lie for you, and you sued Murdoch afterwards because he was critical on one of the things you did. An honest opinion doesn't exist in the UK. It's all a right-wing opinion and hate speech. I was never essential. Ironically, I would be now as I've started doing care work. Damn.
But together with many of you in the room, we've brought back the fundamental principle that defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's what it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia while America is under invasion.
Here we go. This is where we wanted to talk. This is what I'm here for.
From within. We're under invasion from within. No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly. After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. We're not going to let this happen. Biden let people come in from prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers.
Biden for a 5th time in a 2-hour speech. Holy fuck. Like, this guy thinks about Biden more than anyone in the world. Like, dude, Biden's wife doesn't think about Biden this much. Do you just want to gobble his dick or something? Like, holy fuck. You talk more about Biden than anyone ever has in his, like, 42 years in office. What the fuck, dude? You're obsessed, dude.
Murderers. You know, we had 11,488 murders allowed into our country by this guy who had no clue. He had no clue. He shouldn't have been there in the first place, but he had no clue. The people that ran the office, the White House, were people that surrounded him, radical left lunatics that are brilliant people, but they allowed people from all over the world, from the Congo. They opened up
our charity shop where I volunteered. I had to close March 2020 due to COVID. We tried to reopen in the summer, but takings were down 50%, so eventually it closed in October. That's heartbreak, dude. That's heartbreak.
Prisons in the Congo. They came into our country totally unmatched, unvetted, unchecked. And from all over South America, not just South America. You know, you think South America, no, but from all over. A lot came in from Venezuela. Venezuela emptied its prison population into our country. That's why they have Tren de Aragua, one of the worst gangs ever. But we took care of them. We took good, strong care of them. And I just want to thank the National Guard in Washington, D.C. It's embarrassing to say this. Now I can say it.
Many of the times you did it while nulling and voiding due process, and you broke the Constitution and the law, the thing that you're supposed to uphold. It doesn't matter if the outcome comes at the cost of the soul of our country. I've just realized I would do Biden every day for a year before having dinner with Trump. Oh my god, dude. Well, be careful. He might sniff your hair, dude. Biden did do some weird things on camera, but I mean, Biden was a pretty good dude. I liked him, man.
Because we solved it, but Washington, D.C. was the most unsafe, most dangerous city in the United States of America. And to a large extent, beyond. And beyond that, you go to Afghanistan, they didn't have anything like that. You go to countries that you would think there's problems, they didn't have that. And now Washington, D.C., after 12 days of serious, serious intensity, we took out 1,700 career criminals. If you have 5 career criminals, they can make your numbers look very bad because they'll commit many crimes a day. But we took out 1,700, and they took them out. There was no doubt who the boss was. They did an unbelievable job. Then they started even cleaning. I said, I don't want them doing that, sir. They were cleaning it up. I drove through it 2 days ago. It was beautiful. People are walking down the street holding hands, man and wife, coming from Iowa. They're not worried about being shot. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. In fact, I went out to dinner with my crew. I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked. Nobody's been hurt. Washington, D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had
very dangerous at the time the Capitol building was being stormed. Yeah.
It under control in 12 days, but give us another 15, 16 days. It's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way. I want you to know that. But
maybe Democrats run cities that are in a bad situation. Because Democrats try to make cities accommodating for those lower on the socioeconomic ladder. Like what? Of course. Okay, dude. All right, whatever.
It seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places, and we're going to straighten them out one by one. And this is going to...
You understand that violent crime is still down from the 90s, right? Like, we had a slight uptick in violence in 2021, but it's also started to normalize. These countries these states are not that dangerous. There's some bad things that happen in these cities, but overall, violence is down. And has been consistently down since the 90s.
Going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war too. It's a war from within. Controlling the physical territory of our border is essential to national security. We can't let these people in. We had no people enter in the last 4 months. 0. Even I can't believe that. We had millions coming in, pouring in. 25 million all told, and of those 25 million, many of them should never be in our country. They would take their worst people and their people from prisons and jail, and they put them in a caravan and...
That's not true. Some gang members led people over. Not everyone that came to this country did so as a criminal. And seeking asylum is not a criminal offense. Like, holy fuck, dude. People immigrate to another country are less likely to commit crimes. They are less radicalized than natural-born citizens. Holy fuck.
They'd walk up. CNN was interviewing one person. Oh, why are you coming? I want freedom. Good. Were you in jail? Yes. For what? Murder. I said, you had to see this anchor, a young woman. She's like, I couldn't believe. She'll probably lose her job. But because the left doesn't want to hear that. But we're running it based on common sense and based on love of our country. But I want to salute every service member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete, we should use some of...
You're threatening their jobs, you fucking asshole. What do you mean?
These dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military. Because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor. Stupid governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money. Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot. Every weekend they lose 5, 6. If they lose 5, they're considering it a great week. They shouldn't lose any. You shouldn't lose any.
People die, dipshit. Violence has been a recurring thing in all of the world for hundreds of years, thousands of years. As long as people disagree with things, people will find a way to be violent with one another. there's always, like how much money you made, shaking my head. Like, there are always people that commit violent acts. You are never going to stop violence. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? All we can try to do is teach people that there are little to no differences between one another, and a majority of the violent acts do so off of misunderstandings and lack of proper information. And try to teach people not to be violent. He'd be happier interviewing himself? Yeah, he would. Jesus Christ.
This is civilization. And he's always up there saying, we're in very good shape. We don't need the military. No, they need the military desperately. How about Portland? Portland, Oregon, where it...
You know that sending the military to a state that isn't requesting the military aid goes against the Constitution. The states and governors of those states have the freedom to rule their states typically how they see fit. Like, you're already being a piece of shit, and we're seeing this played out in the court in real time. They can't even get in a word edge.
It looks like a war zone. And I get a call from the liberal governor. Sir, please don't come in. We don't need you. I said, well, unless they're playing false tapes, this looked like World War II. Your place is burning down. I mean, you must be kidding. Sir, we have it under control. I said, you don't have it under control, Governor, but I'll check it, and I'll call you back. I called her back. I said, this place is a nightmare. It's certainly not the biggest, but it's one of the worst. It's brutal. They go after our ICE people, who are great patriots and tough job too, but they love it. They love it because they're cleaning up our country. And so you look at some of the things where they took over parts of Seattle. They actually took over a big percentage of Seattle. Think of that. You remember that. That was a while ago. And I sent in the troops, and they were gone. As soon as I sent them in, when we send in the troops, if you have a real leader that says you got to do what you have to do, I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do, because
you got to do what you got to do. Like beating and attacking a man for saying "fuck Trump." Okay.
We don't want our people hurt as they stand by. I was watching during Biden, there were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up, attention, the way I should stand all the time, and like this.
Point out the obvious things right in front of us. That's what leaders must do. We cannot go another day without directly addressing the plank in our own eye, without addressing the problems in our own commands and in our own formations. This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department. To rip...
My God, dude. Internet arguments on a fucking world stage.
out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that shit. I've made it my mission to uproot the obvious distractions that made us less capable and less lethal. That said, the War Department requires the next step. Underneath the woke garbage is a deeper problem, and a more important problem that we are fixing and fixing fast. Common sense is back at the White House, so making the necessary changes is actually pretty straightforward. President Trump expects it. And the litmus test for these changes is pretty simple. Would I want my eldest son, who is 15 years old, eventually joining the types of formations that we are currently wielding? If in any way the answer to that is no, or even yes, but, then we're doing something wrong. Because my son is no more important than any other American citizen who dons the cloth of our nation. He is no more important than your son. All precious souls made in the image and likeness of God. Every parent deserves to know that their son or their daughter that joins our ranks is entering exactly the kind of unit that the Secretary of War would want his son to join. Think of it as the golden rule test. Jesus said, do unto others that's what you would have done unto yourself. It's the ultimate simplifying test of truth. The new War Department golden rule is this: do unto your unit as you would have done unto your own child's unit. Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or alongside people who can't meet basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in? In a unit where leaders were promoted for reasons other than merit, performance, and warfighting?
He understands that, like, there are doctors inside the military. there are administrators inside the military. People that are not necessarily the most physically fit can still do some of those positions. Like, what are we doing? We're literally, Jesus threw out the moneylenders? Yeah, dude. Are we really at a point right now where a looming potential world war is coming that we have the opportunity to like just hemorrhage more and more people willing to fight in that war? And then like eventually you guys are gonna hit us with a draft.
The answer is not just no, it's hell no. This means at the War Department, first and foremost, we must restore a ruthless, dispassionate, and common sense leaders. I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape.
What the fuck is going on?
Or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms. Troops who are not fully proficient on their assigned weapons, platform, or task. Or under a leader who was the first, but not the best. Standards must be uniform, gender neutral, and high. If not, they're not standards. They're just suggestions. Suggestions that get our sons and daughters killed. When it comes to combat arms units, and there are many different stripes across our joint force, the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now. At every level, either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met.
Hell yeah, man! Not only did we kick trans people out of the military, but now we're doing it to women and the elderly and the morbidly obese. Only a bunch of middle-aged white men are going to be in here. So all these generals that can no longer probably meet the minimum standard, are they going to get let go too? Or are you gonna make them get out there and start like proving their worth? Or is it just the women? Is it just the women? I think it's just the women. I think it's the women.
That at every level we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense and core to who we are and what we do. It should be in our DNA. Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored.
That's why. Yeah. So all the generals are okay. All the generals are fine because they're not in combat. Okay.
Above 70%. It all starts with physical fitness and appearance. If the Secretary of War can do regular hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT.
Oh, cool. So, okay, at least they're going to apply it to the generals. But, I mean, they think Trump is in shape, so they're just gonna lie about it.
PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the joint force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight requirements twice a year, every year of service. Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day. Should be common sense. I mean, most units do that already, but we're codifying it. And we're not talking like hot yoga and stretching. Real hard PT, either as a unit or as an individual. At every level, from the Joint Chiefs to everyone in this room to the youngest private, leaders set the standard. And so many of you do this already. Active, Guard, and Reserve. This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards. Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes.
I love it when conservatives get into office, they just bring back all of the corporate shit that everyone hated. You're telling me I can't have a beard if I want to serve in the military? That's crazy. Like, military men usually grow beards because it's like one of the more manly things you can do. I bet he could pass that test. He's in great shape.
So you have to address the small stuff. This is on duty in the field and in the rear. If you want a beard, you can join special forces. If not, then shave. We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans, but unfortunately we have had leaders who either refuse to call BS and enforce standards, or leaders who felt like they were not allowed to enforce standards. Both are unacceptable. And that's why today at my direction, the era of unprofessional appearance is over. No more beardos. The era of rampant and ridiculous shaving profiles is done. Simply put, if you do not meet the male level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession. I sincerely appreciate the proactive efforts the secretaries have already taken in some of those areas, service secretaries. And these directives are intended to simply accelerate those efforts. On the topic of standards, allow me a few words to talk about toxic leaders. Upholding and demanding high standards is not toxic. Enforcing high standards, not toxic leadership. Leading warfighters toward the goals of high, gender-neutral, and uncompromising standards in order to forge a cohesive, formidable...
You keep saying gender neutral, but then you keep putting it to the male standard. So, like, you're just a hypocrite.
And lethal Department of War is not toxic. It is our duty, consistent with our constitutional oath. Real toxic leadership is endangering subordinates with low standards.
Really? Okay.
Toxic leadership is promoting people based on immutable characteristics or quotas. Instead,
no one does that, dude. All right, dude. Like, the idea of DEI has broken these fucking dipshits' brains. Like, they don't function in reality. All right, Nikki. I'll talk to you soon.
Instead of based on merit. Real toxic leadership is promoting destructive ideologies that are an anathema to the Constitution and the laws of nature and nature's God, as Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence.
Jesus Christ.
The definition of toxic has been turned upside down, and we're correcting that. That's why today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution or second guessing.
Okay.
Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words like bullying and hazing and toxic. They've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting commanders and NCOs.
All right, I'm done. This is fucking ridiculous. This dude, all right. That's crazy. Okay. All right. Oh! All right. So someone said they wanted me to react. Ricardo said it yesterday. That's right. The video that took me an entire month to do, and it failed. I need to reclaim the word woke. It's just treating people the way that you would want to be treated. Be safe, Nikki. Oh my God, I'm back this far. I hate seeing my old content. It's a 5-year-old video. Jesus Christ, dude. 17 minutes, this reaction, bro. I don't want to watch my old content, bro. Oh my God, dude. I was still living. Jesus Christ. What was I wearing, bro? This is ass, dude. 5 years ago. Okay. I was still living in the house over in Willowdale in Springfield. This is before I moved into a garage behind the house. because I wanted to be able to be loud. All right. This was also not even with this webcam, so all right. Let's make sure we're not on. All right, let's see what we got. Well, yeah. Look. When we start watching The Boys, I'm gonna see if I can be like, hey, dude, C-word's not that bad. I mean, come on, man. All right, let's see what this goes.
Welcome to my newest show, Mastering the Rift. We're going to do it one champion at a time. And today's episode is featuring Rise. Are you ready?
So when I started this champion for my very first episode of Mastering the Rift, I figured...
Oh my god, my voice! Okay.
It would be goddamn impossible to accomplish the goal that
I did get my ass beat a lot. 2, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 6, 3, 5, 3, 1, 1, 1. It's or bad here. It's
I was setting out to do. Seeing how he has one of the worst win rates in solo queue. I mean, historically a shit champion among the halls of AIDS and cancer and AFKs that is known as solo queue. Rise is weak as fuck blue man. In a meta that favors strong early game aggression, he pales in comparison. Quite fucking literally. But with the advice that I've learned from my 65 plus games, I hope that I can help you learn how to rise and maybe not have as many losses as I did along my way. How you can affect the map, overall win games, dude, I'm telling you, there's a possibility you can do something with Rise with the help of this.
God, I didn't even have a script, but I don't use scripts. I have one video where I used a script, and this wasn't it. This is crazy. The TV is way more liberal here. You can get away with it. That's awesome, bro.
This video. This dude is old as fuck and has been reworked so many goddamn times. It's a bigger meme than Better Nerf Irelia or Please Bring Back Earth or Where the Fuck is Graves Cigar. Dude has his own cinematic trailer and has been played on the world stage more than damn near any other champion. This dude has written the goddamn fates of many pro players looking to trump Faker. Also, niggas, has the entire world...
Oh my god, I forgot I used to say the N-word. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right.
World song named after him. Literally. A song for Worlds 2018 named after this bitch.
Oh, don't do it, Will.
Ass bitch. So it's time that we learn how to play this motherfucking beast. Alright, look, I'm not trying to lie to you here, okay? I kind of want to be a very honest person when it comes to my videos and, like, you know, my personality overall. Because if I gotta lie to kick it, then I don't really want to kick it. Is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so my first games on Rise were total shit. I mean, my performance was abysmal. Then I started to get the groove and learn the champion. Understanding that Rise is all about fucking understanding and controlling your minion wave and just fucking raking in that massive CS lead with that outstanding wave clear. So once you start to get your groove and learn how the champion works and what role you're supposed to play in each and every matchup, you start to just fucking take off. And then you start gaining 20, 30, 40 CS leads, and you just become unapproachable by any individual on the map. And if the game goes on long enough and you're not fucking retarded and you've itemized...
Oh my god, Will. Your language, sir! Language! This is also 5 years ago. This was during Trump's first presidency.
Correctly, based on who was getting fed, you will decimate. So here's what I'm talking about. You have to learn to adjust your builds based on whom is getting fed and trying your hardest to carry and absorbing as much money as possible because Rise is an expensive champion that scales really well with levels and his passive. Each game, you gotta put focus on taking down turrets and absorbing resources, waiting for the power spikes and understanding which ones those are. You're gonna have a first power spike, a second power spike, and a final power spike that makes you goddamn unkillable. You're gonna have to adjust your build very often. Sometimes tank stats will outweigh those spicy damage items. Rise is unique in the fact that tank stats can still benefit your damage output. Getting a little more utility will push this champion further. So if you're wondering what tank items to build, it's rather simple, because you always want to get something that benefits your passive, but also makes you like fucking unkillable. So you're going to be getting a Tear and a Rod of Ages anyway. Those are like your first power spike items. So if their ADC got fed, and let's be honest, it's solo queue, so they probably did, you're going to grab a Frozen Heart.
Man, I used to love this game so much, bro. It's such a bummer that like all the homies fell off. No one plays League of Legends anymore. And like it's still the most popular game watched on Twitch, but it pales comparison to the just talking section on Twitch.
If their APC got fed, which they shouldn't have because you're playing safe and you're playing Rise, but an Abyssal Mask is never a bad idea. It gives you both magic resist health and that spicy mana. If you are playing a bad team comp and you do not have the best teamfight capabilities, but you're looking to get catches or picks in the jungle, you need to get a Righteous Glory. In fact, Righteous Glory has the highest win rate at 67% on Rise. I know what you're thinking. That doesn't seem like an item for an APC to have. Rise can do very well with Righteous Glory.
So like basically what I'm telling you in this video is that itemizing your builds on characters like Rise is super important. One of the things that a lot of people fall into traps in League of Legends is they prioritize damage. Rise has a unique capability of stacking damage off of defensive items as long as those items give you mana. So it's never a bad idea to put something on that might give you a little bit of resistances against people that are getting fed. Especially because Rise takes a while to go through his full rotations of spells. Gotta go now, trashy TV awaits. Get it, got it, get it, get it! Go! Be safe, have a wonderful time. Watch your back out there, the world's a little dangerous.
Now, you're going to have to adjust your builds constantly and often hit tab to find out which champions are going to be problematic for you. You're going to want to be off in solo lanes, grabbing as much CS as possible, and then ulting in and fucking nuking a motherfucker. Late enough in the game, not a single person can contest Rise other than a handful of champions.
The gay in the 90s, I still call things gay all the time. My girlfriend stares at me every time I do it. She's like, excuse me? I'm like, what, dude? I've sucked dick before. It's all right. I guess I don't get a pass.
And odds are they're not going to be in the game. And if they are, you have to identify them and play around those situations. Rise is a powerhouse if he can make it to his power spike items, which we're going to go over right now.
Be safe, Stuart. Another thing that sucks about Rise, though, and other characters like him, is like the mental. This is the kind of stuff that keeps the kind of panties tight. Look, characters like Rise, the reason why it's a bummer when like you play a late game champion is because unfortunately morale is like a real thing. People lose their mental immediately on pushback. Like if they go into a lane and they start losing out the gate, they already know that the lane is going to be harder after that. The game is going to be harder to win. And half the time, they just don't want to play the game out. They want to stomp early and then just move on. But you gotta look at those people and say, nah, bitch, fuck you. I'm gonna play this out no matter what you got going on.
All right, man, we're gonna be talking about the very, very fundamental way to play Rise. So with Rise, I often back and I most constantly run TP. Phase Rush is my most common thing. I'll probably put the runes here on the screen as well. But right now we're going to be talking about these items because this is where tastiness comes into play. So the way that it's going to work is you're typically going to start with a mana crystal, and the refillable potion. Okay. Now, I love to do it this way. So my first back, I typically back as soon as I hit 500 gold to pick up a tier. Now, it only costs 500 gold because we've already started with a crystal, so we've already, cut out 350 of that. Now, the reason why I do that, and I typically have to back at 500 gold, is because I'm out of mana already. because I typically just hard, like get every CS I can get, even if it costs abilities. I don't even worry about my lane opponent. I don't even cast abilities on them. I just make sure I get every form of CS that I can possibly get and try and get my 500 gold and back as soon as possible. Now, if for any reason you get extended trades or you somehow just end up getting more money, you typically can get your finished tier, get a control ward, and if you can afford it, upgrade your potion to the one that can give you mana. However, that is optional. That's only if you are like superb at farming. You don't have to do that. The corrupting potion just can help out with your next back. Okay, so typically once you get your tier, you're just gonna fucking go back to lane. You're gonna start smacking the motherfucker anytime.
Also, it should be noted that all of this is out of date now. All these items have been dramatically changed in the course of the last 5 years, but the playstyle is still relatively the same, except now you can start with tier. So it makes Rise a little bit safer nowadays. However, there's just much more power put into the game, and Rise can be blown up quicker.
Time they get near minions, but you're still just trying to wave clear and gain a CS lead and backing at optimal times so that you aren't losing any CS and you're keeping them perpetually shoved so that they can't roam, because you will not have priority in lane. You cannot contest their roams early on. Typically around this time, you're going to want to get about as much money as you can and try and back around level 7 or 8 and try and get a Catalyst of Eons if you can. Now, if you were lucky enough to get a gank from your jungler and get some spicy free gold, you can throw in a pair of boots with it, or you might just have to get the component parts on your second back. What you're going to be going for and building to now is Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages is incredibly good on Rise, and it makes you incredibly tanky so that you can output massive amounts of damage even if you're getting focused. Now, once you finish Rod of Ages, you hit your first official power spike.
Mr. Cannon.
And
Gross.
you can pretty much out-trade a majority of champions at this point. However, your cooldowns and your passive aren't really kicking into full gear yet, so it's a good power spike, but it's not going to fucking drastically change anything. You're not going to be 1v4ing anytime soon. After that, you're going to want to finish your boots into Sorc boots if you can afford to. Some people like CDR boots. I prefer a little pin. You know what I'm saying? I like a little extra damage in there, but magic resist boots can go a long way with the tenacity. Now you're just going to want to finish your Archangel Staff because you're probably built up your tier already, and getting that, active shield can be very helpful if you are getting dove by any form of assassins or being focused by an ADC. Now, typically after I finish my Archangel Staff, that's where I consider my second power spike to be, and then I'm actively looking to see what things I can do and who is getting fed on the map to get my defensive purchase. It's around this time that I start.
Oh my god, dude! I was using the actual headphone from my headsets back then. I didn't. No, I think I did. We're at 8:55 right now, but let's see here. Oh no, I was using a Turtle Beach.
Missile Mask, Righteous Glory, or Frozen Heart. Now,
So I did always. So one of the things that I tried to push to people, especially my friend group, is itemization. Itemization is so important in a game like League of Legends, especially a little less so in the earlier stages of League, like with the lower rank you are. But as you climb the ladder, and I didn't get very far in it, but the higher you climb, the more that the skill level between the players starts to dissipate in real time. It just disappears. And then at that point, the minor differences make dramatic changes, especially really high up.
If I'm incredibly fed, I will abandon those 3 items and grab a GLP. A lot of people will tell you to go with a different item, Luden's Echo, but GLP just has so much more raw utility and stuff that I love. Now, it's less AP overall, a little less CDR, but you don't have that spicy active that just allows you to get in there and proc your phase rush guaranteed. However, I typically would still...
I miss GLP. I'm sad they took it out of the game.
Go with one of the defensive items because one bad team fight can lead to one person getting fed, and it's just always nice to have a little...
Right here, honestly, I'm making a huge mistake. I'm overstaying... I mean, it is a cannon wave, and cannon waves do additional damage, especially in mid lane, but I'm here with no mana. If a fight were to break out, I might be able to cast enough ability to get out of the fight, but...
Little buffer, safety buffer in there. Now for my final items that I almost always try and pick up, my final power spike item is either going to be Rabcap or Morellonomicon. I like Rabcap because it drastically increases my overall damage, but Morellonomicon is very good in numerous situations. It can prevent healing from ADCs that have, like, you know, built that kind of items, like they have a Bloodthirster or a Blade of the Ruined King. If you're up against a Vladimir or anyone where sustain is like their primary fucking focus, like fucking Sylas. Morellonomicon is a far...
Sylas is more than 5 years old? That's fucking crazy to me. God, where's time gone? What the fuck?
Far better item than many people will give it credit for. And then you could always throw in your final spot with a Void Staff, a GLP, Luden's Echo, or sometimes that spicy ass. Everybody loves the little Zanyas, you know what I'm saying? But you're just going to have to get into the...
I can't believe I thought this was going to be the video that made me like a name in the League of Legends community. Like, it's better than some, but it's still dog shit. And again, I was just a gold player, so like, why would anyone listen to my opinion on these things?
Habit of checking who's getting fed and building a little bit of defensive stats around that. So your final power spike item is either Rabcap or Morellonomicon. Around that time, you should be around level, 14, 15, and you should be dishing out metric fuck tons of damage. I'm talking like 1v4 potential at Baron, where you're doing over 1,400 every 2 spells. Every time you do an EQ combo, you were just nuking somebody. And a lot of people, when they fight, they group around their ADC, so you can actually, just while focusing tanks, accidentally kill the enemy carry, which is fucking bonkers. Let's be real. You don't even have to prioritize. You don't even have to aim it, dog. They'll do the work for you. Let's be real. All right, we're gonna go into the runes and stuff here.
Well, for content like this, you need to write a script, and you need to stick to it.
And then we're going to go into a typical game on how I play Ryze, where I do my backs, and we're going to talk about a lot of this information up front.
Listen to Sublime with
We're
Rome.
out farming the shit out of you, buddy. For now.
Yeah, he just has to auto. He's literally got damn near every minion in each wave. I just watched you miss that one.
Yeah, so bad.
But it also, your mana is kind of a thing here.
Alright, as you can see here, I have expended my mana, and I've just gotten enough money for my tier and a pink ward. And we're going to go ahead and back here, and keep moving on with the video. So now that I have my tier, my first goal into going to
I didn't even buy a pink ward, so why the fuck did I say that?
lane is looking to build my stacks, but also get as much money and farm as possible, so that I can get my big power spike item at 11,000 gold. So the best way that I'm going to try and do this is harass Ezreal anytime he goes into a minion wave and look to do any sort of damage that I can. If I run out of mana, I can easily back once I hit level 6 and teleport back to lane with my ultimate. So let's watch how this plays out.
Okay. You thought you had a minion wave, buddy?
So I got my power spike item for 1,100 gold, and I'm in a particular situation where I'm strong enough to shove the wave now. So right now I'm easily shoving this wave to where Ezreal cannot contest me anymore in lane.
Cannot contest, bro. What the fuck?
So that gives me priority over the map, and right now my lane is shoved, and it's not like I'm going to turret dive Ezreal right now. The character's far too safe, and I don't know where his jungler is. However, I see that bot lane is being shoved, so this is a good time and a good opportunity to roam. Let's see how this plays out.
Sort of halfway where you are right now, you could be at that point. I was watching a video on it. I'm gonna do a defensive ward, probably. Yeah. I don't like defensive wards. I'm coming too. I don't have ulti.
Pantheon's here.
What a shitty flash that was.
Hey. I got not a lot of. Oh, the Cleaver of Destiny. Oh. Thank you for the kill, buddy. You were trying so hard to give that to me. I'm gonna try.
I mean, that was a successful roam, dude. Look at that, bro. Even 5 years ago, back before like Platinums even knew what roaming was, this gold little player saw shit on the map, bro. That's crazy. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm a little more proud of this video than I remember.
I ran in front of him. I wasn't gonna let him just go by.
I'm gonna try and get this cannon and I'll be right there.
No, you're good. I'm doing health damage. Take that plate. And the bot lane.
I say, don't you dare.
I literally used my E. 2-0 early on.
Now see, right here, this is dangerous.
Sorry! Sorry! I'm sorry! Alright, you're not gonna kill me though.
At this point in the game, with both my Rod of Ages and my Sapphire's Embrace, I am a strong
I don't even have Sapphire's Embrace. I just have a tier.
champion, and I can virtually contend with anyone, even those that are pretty fed. So now I can start making plays on the map and do metric fuck tons of damage.
One less impact. Coming down. This could throw my lead. And I'm... Oh shit. Let's go, let's go!
I just KS'd that.
Hey, thanks. Oh,
We're
we're
shutting
actually.
this. And then we're taking Dragon immediately after.
Oh shit! Turret, why me? All I've ever done was love you. Oh, it's gonna shut me down pretty hard. I'm just gonna get out damage before I die.
Yeah, I was talking all that shit, saying now I can go fight anywhere on the map with a particular item, don't have the item, and then I died, giving a shutdown goal to the enemy. That was stupid.
Oh, I had so much money, dude.
Now I have Seraph's Embrace. I just set through that move, didn't dodge anything. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, that shield.
Why would I put that in there? I look like dog shit. I'm like, okay, dude.
We pinged. They might Baron for that?
An ally has been slain.
Lulu, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send more than a Lulu to stop me, bitches.
Yeah, all four of them are up here.
I know, they should be respecting my
And
power.
they damn near just, he just damn near nuked Ezreal's health bar.
Has destroyed a turret.
Dude, I do love Sublime, bro. All right, way.
Oh, hey, someone's here.
Oh, Israel's ultimate hit it, dipshit.
There we go, all tier 1 turrets. Oh, GG.
What?
Victory.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god.
Yes! Level 7.
Dude, I remember I used to hunt level 7s. It ruined so many games! Oh! Oh! That video was cringe. I guess I could, you know what, dude? I'll show you the video I was most proud of when I first started my YouTube career, since I have a few minutes to kill. So what was that for? I might have missed something. That was, so, essentially there was a guy named Trent Immortal, and he had a series called I'm Gonna Beat League of Legends. Trent Immortal and myself had something in common. We both owned every skin in the game, other than like a handful of like super rare ones. So what he wanted to do was make a game series where he would get a champion by random. He'd pull a name from the hat, and the name that he pulled from the hat, he would have to play and win a game with each skin on that character. It was my favorite content on the internet. It was back when League of Legends had really fun content to watch. So I wanted to make my own rendition of that show, and mine was called Mastering the Rift, where I would take a character. I guess I could just log into League of Legends and show you, because it's a little easier to show than to say. But anyway, you have things that are called mastery levels on characters. So the more you play a character and the better you perform at a character, your mastery level will increase. So back in the day, the highest rank for mastery was level 7. And my computer is running like shit right now. This is crazy. Anyway, all that to say, so what I wanted to do when I was doing Mastering the Rift, was I would take a character from level 0 to level 7. And to do that, I would then reveal all of the information of the character that I learned and go over the builds that I used and what I learned about the character and the effectiveness of the character as a whole, and then rate the character at the end. So as you can see here, I have a lot of characters. They've also upped it now to where it's unlimited levels now. So my main character is Garen. He's level 57. Again, back in the day, 7 was the highest. So the character you just saw is Rise, and he's somewhere around here, right? He's only level 9, so now I would have to redo enough matches to get Rise to level 10, because that's now considered the cutoff point to where you don't get anything more for leveling them. But initially, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to make content showcasing how to take a character from level 0, go over the character's strengths and weaknesses and builds and stuff like that, which I thought would be an informative way to do the same kind of thing, but also I can learn more about the game, because for those that don't know, at least on my friends list, I have one of the highest mastery points total. My total mastery is 1,008. A majority of my friends, their mastery is nowhere near as even close to that. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. So this guy's got a mastery of 737. And remember, I've quit playing the game like 3 separate times for huge swaths of times. In fact, I think I'm in the top 10,000 people in America for mastery level. Not to say that means anything, because my rank doesn't mean, like, I'm not a high tier player. But anyway, so that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to, like, I think my boy here is, let's see if we can go view his profile. He's catching up. His mastery is 919. He played the entire time I quit. So he was getting pretty high in mastery total. But let's see here. Eric played the entire time I was gone. His mastery is 643. What's your thoughts on Star Citizen? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think I know much about it. But let me see if it's the game I think it is. Oh, it's an MMO. Well, I would already be out there. I don't like MMOs. But there's not a knock on it. I just, especially because it looks like it's in first-person shooting. Like, though space is a cool concept, and is this the one where you can put hundreds of thousands of dollars into it? Like, it looks cool. But if this is that one that's like that massive game that's, you know, you can lose freighters and shit that cost real money, I don't know. I wouldn't like that. And I don't like to join clans or guilds. So, like, I would totally be fucked. I like to just do my own thing, you know? But, here, I'll show you a video that I was most proud of. Just because I can't even remember. This video is really old, by the way. That one was 5 years. I think this one is like 7 or 8. I thought this video was gonna blow up, dude. Manti on top with them bad nipples. It did not. I thought that was a funny video, but I might have actually deleted the video. No, okay. This one is 8 years old, bro. Thanks, I know that was tough. Bro, that shit sucked. Alright, also, Thug Notes. I got banned on for Reddit for that one because I tried to talk in Ebonics. That did not go well. That one should probably be axed from the internet. I did manage to get a few big names to watch my content on this one, but I was very proud of this video. This video was like my first attempt to do like a spoken word type thing. Anyway, I'll let you see it so you guys can judge it and laugh at how bad it is and cringe it is.
Oh my dear YouTube, my name is William Berry. I have been playing games for the past 24 years. Gaming has been a through line for my entire life. I've held a deep love for music, for anime, and for the arts. I love to pen thoughts on paper and make art, try and write short stories and nerdy poems. But none of these passions that I've ever had can hold up to my deep addiction to gaming. It's a love that's been hard for me to explain to the world, and even harder to explain to the loved ones in my life. It has caused more fights than I can ever recall. I am now 2 years away from the ripe age of 30. Oh, you know how they say when you're 30 it all starts to go uphill. And yes, it does. In all my years scaling mountains or fighting dragons, trying to save the princess or leaving my mark on the leaderboards, I've had a hard time explaining my deep admiration for gaming to the world. To this day, I'm still unable to explain why I love games the way that I do. I've tried numerous times to sit here and explain my thoughts in a video. The years have been unkind to the gamer in me. Maybe it's my age. I mean, it could always be that I'm just getting older and games are getting less and less more to my liking.
Write scripts, asshole! I'm getting older and games are getting less and less more to my liking. Okay, Trump, how are you doing, buddy?
Maybe it's just something that happens with the passage of time. But I look to my hobby, it's been the cornerstone of my entire life. And somehow, it feels somewhat empty. Mostly the last few years. And this could be simply because I'm seeing the loved ones that I've had my entire life outgrow me and move on with their lives, starting families and falling in love and doing all those other crazy things that people love to do. Or it could also stem from the fact that every game company has let me down. And I mean all of them. Even the greats. Even the Kojima, even BioWare, even Square Enix or Capcom. In fact,
Capcom was my favorite company as a kid, dude. In my young adult life, oh my god, dude, me and Capcom, we're fucking tight, bro. We touch tips. Monster Hunter, dude, Power Stones, Marvel vs. Capcom, Street Fighter, oh my god, Lost Planet. There's so many dope Capcom games, bro. Holy fuck. Sorry.
Enix and Capcom, to me, are terrible companies. I see my hobby imploding on itself, leaving behind a shell of everything that I loved. I see people chasing down graphics at the cost of performance. I see crappy cutscenes, and by crappy cutscenes I mean walking segments of games where there should be a cutscene, but because they don't want to give up player control, I now have to walk lazily through an entire hallway while exposition is being dumped on my lap. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those back in my day things that we hear old people mutter, as if to give themselves some kind of importance to today's issues. I don't know. I can't answer this question. I'm just a 28-year-old nerd, sitting in a dark house playing video games into the wee night. And yet, for all of the No Man's Skies, the Mass Effect Andromedas, or pretty much anything Ubisoft or Bethesda has released, I still feel myself holding on to what I have no idea. Maybe it's a dream that games will now somehow magically improve again. Maybe we'll get another Soul Calibur 6. Maybe.
I didn't even play a lot of Soul Calibur 6 when it came out. I found a reason to not like that too. So, like, maybe you're just an old grumpy bitch. You know what I mean?
Just maybe I might get to play a game that makes me happy. And out of all of these AAA titles that just fucking let me down time and time again, taking my money and not giving a fuck about the product they release, somehow Riot Games is there with their little gem known as League of Legends, saving the gaming industry. Through all the dog shit Destiny titles or wannabe Call of Duty first-person shooter titles that have saturated our entire market, leaving us with a bitter taste in our mouth.
Dude, I sound like such a fucking snob, dude. It's so disappointing. I sound like this is a snobbish view of the world. And it took me to, like, mature to realize that, like, even those things that suck ass have a purpose. And my problem isn't with the industry that makes them, because they only make it for a market that demands it. At the end of the day, people suck. People are the ones that are buying these games and making the games what they are. It's not the video game industry's fault. People buy them, so they continue to make them.
Demanding some kind of originality, somehow League of Legends made it. It sticks out like a sore thumb. Now there are so many games trying to be the next League that it's actually kind of disgusting. Through all the shady shit Bethesda has done, or the constant fanboys of Blizzard who say Blizzard can do no wrong despite doing wrong all the time, Riot Games stands out as a testament to what it means to make a game that defies time.
And then I was wrong, because then they started doing really shitty business practices, selling chroma skins for a ridiculous price, coming out with $200 skins, and then adding loot boxes in a disgusting way. Now with season passes and falling into all of the same typical market trends. Yeah.
Eyes logic. We all know that World of Warcraft peaked 4 to 5 years into its making, or into its runtime. It's still a widely popular game, but its player rate has declined. Most games usually decline a couple months after their release. Yet for some reason, League of Legends is growing in numbers. It is growing more and more every year. Now, that's not something that you see very often. In fact, it goes against the entirety of what it means to be a gamer. Perhaps it does this because it's a free-to-play game that not only changed esports, but the world forever. And more importantly, it's a constant evolving game that allows players to voice their opinion, and for some odd reason, Riot listens to them. Maybe that
They still do that, though. I'll give them that.
That's why they've been so successful at creating the most played game on the planet. Now, I have a hard time being kind to Riot because they have a tendency to like Asian characters more than, the rest of the world, because they're technically owned by Tencent now. That being said, though, Riot has done so much great work for the people playing their games. And to see Riot doing all it can to keep its player base interested, constantly evolving, and showering the community with, support is an amazing thing. Riot is one of the few game companies that doesn't sit here and go, we need you to take down that video because, we're going to monetize your shit like anything Nintendo will do. Somehow they've managed to keep their game relevant for the past...
And you can still react to League of Legends content universally, other than some of their music when they're like a big artist, with zero problems.
What is it, 8 years? Yeah, 8 years. And more importantly, somehow they listen to the masses, and they have fulfilled almost every promise, even the ones that are completely mundane, like giving Graves his cigar. It somehow
took it back after that, though.
Manages to remind me why I play video games and why I love video games in the first place. And it gives me hope for the future of gaming, to see what one company managed to do. So in short, I want to thank Riot Games. I want to thank them for showing the world that we can have games that optimize performance over graphical assets. I want to thank Riot Games for making a game that not only have I enjoyed playing for the past 2.5 years, but a game that I openly wanted to put over $3,000 into. A game that has defied...
I ended up putting $12,000 into it.
AAA companies and their DLC bullshit. Their day one fucking patches because they're too goddamn lazy to do their job correctly, or on disc DLC. I want to thank Riot Games for showing me that not all companies are fucking assholes. So Riot Games, thank you so much for creating this game. Thank you. I don't think you get to hear something like that nearly enough. And for the rest of you, you might want to take time off of your Reddit posts to thank Riot every once in a while for...
Why did you flash? You were fine. What the fuck?
Making the game that you so vehemently tear down on a constant basis. And for the rest of us, I'll see you on the Rift. Just do me a favor, alright? Don't fuck up my solo queue. Later, nerds.
Ugh. That was so much worse than I remember. Like, what the fuck? Hello again, y'all. What's going on, bruh? What the fuck, dude? Got back from errands. Hell yeah, buddy. It never seems to end. Whoa, what'd I click? I heard something. Shane Gillis refuses. What is this? Hello. That's not how you spell that, Will. Hopefully it'll... Oh no, whoops. Alright. Oh, god damn it, I'm not watching Breaking Points. Alright. You can't react to Joyner Lucas, bro. His shit gets copyrighted. I'll probably never do major artist on this channel, dude. Can't do it.
They were asking me to go to the Middle East soon.
So apparently a bunch of comics are like going to the Saudi Arabia and doing, like, it's happening right now. They're doing shows in Saudi Arabia.
They were asking me to go to the Middle East soon.
What? What? Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai.
Dubai?
I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
Not for the troops.
What?
It's for the Saudis.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis?
Yeah.
Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
Shane Gillis refusing to go to the Riyadh Comedy Festival was always going to be a headline. Not just because turning down a significant bag in showbiz is rare, but because now his no becomes...
Can you do the the Ragged Track Man? Who do we trust? I'll watch that one after this if he's not, super big. If he's got like millions of subscribers, I'll probably not touch it. Bigger videos, you get hit with a content strike. It kills streams and shit like that. I try to do independent, small artists typically, just because, bro, the copyright game is a nightmare. He's underground with Immortal Technique. I can give it a shot.
Fodder for narrative war. And as other comics stack into this Saudi showdown, the internal drama of stand-up ethics is turning more theatrical than a roast. First, the fans. Among Gillis's base, this move was hailed as rare integrity. In message boards, Reddit threads, comment feeds, the tone was a mix of relief and, finally, someone in comedy who still gives a damn. For many, saying no to that level of payout in Saudi Arabia is the kind of balk that restores faith in the trade. The idea that not every big check is worth cashing. They praised it not as a martyr's gesture, but as a comedian still seeing the comedy, and the world clearly enough to walk away.
I should have taken I got to take the Saudi Arabia deal. I should have taken it. I'm washed.
So I do get the fact that they perpetrated 9/11.
I'm not doing it.
That is good. I admire that.
Then they doubled the bag, and I was like,
They doubled the bag, the princes?
It was a significant bag.
What?
But I'd already said no. You know, I took a principled stand.
Yeah, against Saudi Arabia.
It wasn't even that. I didn't even think about it.
I thought we were allies with
I didn't
Saudi
even really
Arabia.
think. Yeah, we are. We give them a ton of.
So why the hell they do 9/11 to us?
Wasn't it Osama bin Laden just from Saudi Arabia?
Every single hijacker basically
Yeah.
is Saudi.
Yeah, you don't 9/11 your friends, bro.
Don't 9/11 your friends.
You don't. That's up.
And go over and go, hey guys, you guys want to talk about I was in 7th grade when you guys did that. It was nuts.
Gillis didn't just refuse, he leaned into the choice. Clips from his podcasts and interviews show him lampooning peers who took the gig, framing their choice as both a business decision and a moral calculation. The impact shifts depending on whether you like Gillis's style. Some see a comedian holding the line. Others see a guy posturing for clout. Either way, he succeeded in inserting himself into the Saudi festival debate on his terms. Which brings us to Bill Burr, the big curiosity in all of this.
I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. But I don't want to watch Philip DeFranco talk about it.
Big J. Okerson, on a recent podcast segment, expressed audible surprise and maybe a little betrayal at Burr's decision to perform in Riyadh. In the clip, Okerson quite plainly sounds like someone who expected Burr to behave differently, that this move is out of character for a comedian who's often cast himself as a contrarian and outsider.
Has anybody else been added to the list?
I think Tim Dillon was.
That doesn't blow my mind. So.
No, Tim is the fucking.
Tim's the
Tim
exact
is soulless.
person that would do it.
Yeah.
God damn it. I fucking hate Dave Smith. I hate this sack of shit so much. God, he's such a fucking hack fuck. The bummer too, because I love this man. But Dave Smith is a disgusting fuck that could walk into a volcano and the world might be a better place for it.
Yeah, and like merrily and be like, I don't care. Yeah. I get that. Whitney.
They're paying me
Whitney surprises
figures.
me. Burr surprises me. Louis surprises me.
Burr's coming to Skankfest?
No, this is for the
some of the Saudi Arabian
Comedy Festival.
The surprise is, in itself, a kind of commentary.
These are mostly new people to me. Thank you for showing me shit I'm not familiar with. I instantly loathe all of these smug people.
In comedy circles, Burr's attendance isn't just about money, it's a signal. The setup between Okerson and Burr's decision feels almost sitcom adjacency. You? Doing that? What makes Burr's decision less surprising to some is that it follows patterns from his past. In earlier podcasts, he has spoken favorably about Arab people, wealth, and respect for cultures sometimes dismissed in Western discourse.
Underrated. Arabs.
Oh, God.
What?
No, I mean, it's not bad that they're... I don't know where it's going. I just judged it by...
You really did.
Underrated Arabs. Well, I mean...
Hey, you know what? It ain't that bad.
Exactly. See?
That's how you heard it. But that's how you heard it.
No, but you did.
That's not how I heard it. That's not how I heard it. I was like, oh, great. This is going to be something complimentary, considering the beef we've been having
I mean...
since 9/11. This is some positive... let's bring people together.
Oh, God. Underrated.
All right.
No.
Hey there, Red Bildo. I am a 21-year-old guy from Saudi Arabia. Wish to know if you plan to include us in your next tour. Our government pays good money for entertainment. Well, what are the parameters? I just want to make sure I ain't going over there and all of a sudden I say something, the wrong fucking thing and then I get in trouble. I don't need that. Dude, I got to be honest with you. The second you said you were from Saudi Arabia, I just pictured somebody vacationing in London, shipping his cars in one car and in one plane and himself in his private jet. Oh, I have the feeling that if I go over to the Middle East as an American, that we've just had so many fucking not good back and forths over there that I'm going to get the fucking ass kicking that they want to give our last 3 fucking presidents.
So for those who tracked Burr's worldview, his participation in a Saudi state-funded festival doesn't feel like random hypocrisy. It feels like an extension of an ideological posture, twisted by scale and complications. Critiques from other comedians have sharpened over the past weeks. Mark Maron has publicly scolded performers for lending legitimacy to the event. Others have framed it as a moral error masked as art.
And don't get me started about the Riyadh Comedy Festival. All these huge acts, I can name names, but you can just go look it up, were offered complete ridiculous amounts of the bloodiest money on the planet.
Yeah.
I can maintain this position. One, I wasn't asked.
Yeah, of course. That's always with me.
No, Bill Burr is going. Bill Burr don't give a fuck. And then Shane Gillis isn't going to go because he's a Republican. It's just that simple. He blames Saudi Arabia for the deaths of those people, so he's gonna not participate in that.
And I don't think I'd go. I know I wouldn't, but it's like, does history not matter at all? I mean, literally, it's like the Riyadh Comedy Festival from the guys who brought you 9/11.
In comedy communities, there's a whisper, sometimes loud, that choosing to go to Riyadh is choosing to be part of a PR vehicle, whether you want to or not. That criticism isn't just about the Saudi regime's record. It's about the optics, the alliances.
I was a comedy nerd for years, but fell off when I got into podcasts. Then after podcasts came hip hop. Yeah, I got pretty big into podcasts for a while. But watching Joe Rogan lose his brain in real time was like a wild experience.
And the question, when you travel for a laugh, who's buying the ticket? In that sense, Gillis, Burr, Okerson, and the rest are playing parts in a larger meta set about comedy, money.
Look, I don't really think it's necessarily a bad thing to go to Saudi Arabia to do a show. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, isn't the point to go to Saudi Arabia and then, show them that, Americans aren't the worst things on the planet? Couldn't that be a good thing? I don't get it. And also, collective punishment. That shit was 20 years ago. Back in 2001. Who's to say that, they still harbor those feelings? How do we get past, animosity between countries if we hold on to them like that? It's... okay.
And moral theater. The fans who celebrate Gillis are not just praising one decision. They're signaling they want a world in which comedians have lines. The fans furious at Burr.
I love hookah too, bro. Holy fuck. I've given away 3 of them because, brother. When I crossed the Canadian border, I wasn't allowed to have a hookah, so I gave it away. I used to take a hookah to my shop. I had a hookah on my toolbox that I'd light up during the middle of the day if we weren't busy. I love hookah, dude. That shit hits so good. I use them too much? Yeah, bro.
Burr feel betrayed not just by a gig, but by a brand, a persona, a set of unspoken rules. Meanwhile, comics criticizing the festival are asserting that even in stand-up, you can't punch up if your mic is bought by the guy at the top.
Did you hear that Saudi Arabia is hosting Celebration of Laughter, the Comedy Fest? I was listening to Tim Dillon yesterday, and he said, well, yeah, I don't know why people are making this such a big deal, because, yeah, I am looking the other way, knowing who these people are, because they're paying me big time. And maybe a 30 minutes long act, they're paying me $375,000. Some people are getting paid in the millions. Last year, or I think it was early this year, they've hosted some of the biggest Hollywood stars and a huge music fest. when their brothers and sisters next door are dying, not only because bombs are raining on them, but because they're also being starved to death. Look at this little girl. She's crying because she's hungry. Muslims everywhere are starving. Not because they're poor, but because they're being conditioned into poverty, especially the Middle East. They could lift the blockade if they want. With their money basically working everywhere, they can use their leverage and lift the blockade.
So where does all this leave us? It leaves us watching comedians behave like characters in their own drama. Gillis, the abstainer. Burr, the paradox. Okerson, the surprise confidant. Critics as chorus. And the audience deciding who, if anyone, is telling the truth. Comedy has always been...
It's in the middle, man. Like, countries have always done bad shit. That doesn't... Arabs have an amazing food. They invented numbers of algebra during the Dark Ages, and West forgot Greek philosophy and was saved by Arabs, then retranslated from Arabic and the translation movement. I'm not really going to defend Arabs too much. I think their religions are disgusting and abhorrent, but I think that about all religions, so, you know, it doesn't really matter to me. But, I mean, they're people at the end of the day. All right, let's see here. All right, let's see what this is. Oh, I know this guy. He did a sit down with Destiny. I know this guy. A lot of views. Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think anyone is better or worse because of like where they're born or their ethnicity. So I'm not going to defend Arab people. I'm just going to defend people. Oh, fuck. This has Immortal Technique on it. Bro, I don't know if I can react to this. If the channel gets taken down because of this reaction, or the channel goes, if he has lesser known tracks if you don't want to do the one without a video. No, that's all right. If it ends the stream, then we Gucci.
Super hydration keeps me 24.
When I was in Marco, we went to clubs that indeed had alcohol. Exactly, dude.
I'm the last one they should ever let speak. I should say politics, forget pros and the
We all know our disinformation program is complete when everything in the American public believes is false. William Casey, CIA Director, 1981.
Immortal Technique. Our way of life is under attack. The survival of our friends is in danger.
There's a new housing plan for the ghetto eventually. Projects for a new American century. False flag terrorism controlling you mentally. The gospel in the hands of people with no empathy. A mixture of dangerous social chemistry between law enforcement and a military entity. Cameras on the corner of every corner you facing. Testing out a future Gestapo on immigration. Power.
Alright, Immortal Technique, let's do it.
Of every corner you facing, testing out a future Gestapo on immigration, power, consolidation, information restricted, just like the iron law of oligarchy predicted, incarcerating the poor among the drug addicted, but not the families of the ruling class that's afflicted, cause it's a fucking caste system like corrupted Hinduism. I think you should listen. I've been through the system in prison, I've been through religion, carried the cross as a Christian, like it was anti-disestablishmentarianism, until the seeds of despotism arrested my vision, lyricism with cynicism and syllogisms, until they bed through Albizu Campos and kill me in prison. Chemtrail conditions, stem cells of Leo Strauss's philosophy, the birth of neocon policy. But I laugh at America's fear of a new world order controlling the hemisphere. Cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understand.
I'm gonna disagree with a lot of this, bro. By and large, I think that the surveillance state that we've created is bad, and we shouldn't spy on our citizens, stuff like that. But I also believe fully into the military-industrial complex. I think we need to be hawkish, and we do need to have forces all around the world, and we do need to, you know, essentially do a new world order. I'm totally for globalization. Eventually, I want the point to where all of us are just one big government working under one rule of power. And I mean, if that comes through the hands of the United Nations or something like that, fuck yeah. I don't think any country should be based off of individualism as a country. That should be up to the people, not the country themselves. I don't think, you know, any of the Spanish countries or Latin America should be their own thing. I don't think Canada should be its own thing. I don't think America should be its own thing. I think that we should just all be humans, you know, like a world of people working together. Well, free trade and all that stuff is good, and that's all comes from the neoconservative and neoliberal movements. So, I mean, all of this is working towards ending the differences between people. I don't think countries should exist at all. I think the world should be a network of cities. Yeah, I still want a singling governing body. Like I said, it could be the UN. I wouldn't give a shit. But the idea of countries existing, I don't know. I think globalization happens in the direction that we're currently heading. Well, not with Trump, but before that. Like, so the stuff that he's rapping against goes against the worldview that I want to invoke in the world.
America's fear of the new world order controlling the hemisphere. Cause my people been living that for the past 500 years.
Intelligence, understanding. The facts they deserve to know. No governmental plan should impose its restraints against your will.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The facts.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
Intelligence.
Who can I trust? Who can I trust? Who can I trust? Who can I trust?
Expose crimes of the power structure. Enter the fire, cause the truth is now treason to the U.S. Empire.
Countries are non-virtuous size-wise. Cities are correct. Baseball caps are not flags.
U.S. meddling in almost every foreign election. See where the next drone.
Yeah, we meddle in all of the elections, and we should. We should want outcomes that are beneficial for the entire human world. Yes.
Almost every foreign election. See where the next drone heading. Civilian dead in the Yemen wedding.
Okay.
Reported because the weapons were exported from the politicians in the Pentagon. The Saudis bought it, and the babies and the children were slaughtered. The authorization, altercation, deplorable demoralization, obedience to authority, colonized the mind.
This is fucking dog shit. Like these, they understand that like when the things reverse, it'll still be authoritative, right? Like what? Like what? The things they're preaching for and advocating for were still authoritative. Like, okay. I don't think we want good in this world. We want control. Yeah.
Minority, social norm is to conform to the immoral majority. White superiority, secession of separatism, the terrorism of American exceptionalism. Go to Plan B, be free. Fuck the TV, fuck the PD, fuck a Tuskegee VD.
So. No. What the fuck? This is so dumb. Okay.
Grave plot, soldier pop, corpse rot, spin over. Monsanto weed killer, non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Whistleblower, men are afraid to label the threat a traitor. Executive legislator trying to suppress your behavior. Intelligence interrogator, collecting medicine.
Does he not think those same things would happen if we switched the government around to whatever fucking form of government he wants? Like, this is such a trivial way of thinking about the world state of affairs. The world didn't go to shit when America started pushing its power into the world. The world was always shit. People have always killed one another. Those in power always seek to control those that are not in power. That's the way it always works. Only one system of governance, such as capitalism, allows for all of us to go across that social divide. You're not stuck in any particular situation. You can climb your way out of it.
metadata, condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feed the propaganda to the television. In the next edition,
you understand, like, what you're putting out there is propaganda too, right? What the fuck?
behavior, intelligence interrogator, collecting metadata, condemning the.
I will say though, the music is awesome. Like, it's a good song. You could bop to this. I just know that the ideology that he's pushing is not good. Previous evil was non-corporatized and non-industrialized. But those in power are supposed to be working for us? Yes. That's why we vote them in power. And, like, just because something is corporatized and industrialized, it doesn't... What does that matter? It's still evil. Evil's still evil. Like, what the fuck? Voting is a sham? Alright, nah. I'm gonna have to disagree with that one.
Metadata, condemning the messenger and censoring the educator. CIA feed the propaganda to the television. In the next edition, the pundits preach it in repetition.
They haven't voted. I'm not buying into all that.
Loyal to the monarchy, hereditary or elected. Fuck a royal family.
The parties are on the same team? No, they're not. No, they're not.
And fuck a president selected.
Secret societies, the secret oaths.
Sorry, dude. I don't believe in the Illuminati. I don't believe in some powerful entity controlling things. Trump is proof that none of that shit is true. Like, corporations don't want to run the world the way Trump is running the world. Like, no. Corporations don't want Trump to impose tariffs. He did it anyway. If all these mega corporations, such as it's not the Illuminati, then what is it, man? It's just capital. No. Okay. Capitalism is just a form of not necessarily governance, but like economics. Like, there is no one controlling anything. Capitalism is the biggest evil in the world history. No, that's communism. I apologize. Capitalism has pulled so many more people out of poverty around the world, even countries that don't have capitalism. You get the Scandinavian markets, mind virus. No, sorry. I love you, buddy, but I disagree wholeheartedly. Capitalism has created soft power around the world where we've managed to cure diseases that have existed for hundreds of years. Famines just in South Asia. What does that have to do with capitalism?
Censorship.
You understand that, like, every other mode of like governance participates in censorship? It's not just unique to capitalism. Yes, and there's nothing wrong with hiring people like German scientists recruited by the US. Why would we fucking waste talent? You can reform people and build things from, like, this is all conspiratory bullshit. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Those in restraints against your will.
Who do we trust? Who do we trust?
The faction.
Who do we trust?
This is why our entire fucking country has gone to dog shit. On the right, you have people like MAGA saying that, like, the entire system is rigged and that it's all against them, and there's like the powers, the deep state that's controlling everything. And then on the left, you have the communist people that think they're like, oh no, dude, it's all a fake. You can't vote. Voting means nothing. And like, let's talk shit about both parties. And then it completely puts people to not vote in any situation, and people just resign themselves to fate. And then there's no point of doing anything, so they can't change anything. So they just become more depressed. And this is the dog shit that poisons the mind. Being on Team US makes you a bitch that I joined a winning team in Call of Duty match progress and you want credit for the win. No, being on Team US means that I'm supporting the US when they do the great things around the world that they've done for the past 150 years. Like, there's a reason why shutting down US aid was a bad thing, because of how many people might die because of that. Like, if you're so hell-bent on your worldview that the US is always bad, then there's no hope for you. Like, there's nothing, like, the US could cure cancer tomorrow and you'd still pay US bad. Like, things are way more complicated You just read CIA propaganda. Shh. Okay. And you're not reading propaganda on your side? You understand that, like, the reverse is still propaganda, right? Like, that's the way it works. They're both propagandizing people to their own worldview. Half of the U.S. is good. Which half is that if they're both controlled by the same people? The black half. Really? So you're just racist? What? Like, bro, you understand that, like, white men voted to end slavery, right? You understand that, like, white men voted for women to have rights. You can't be racist against white people? Really? You're one of them? You're one of those people that believe that, like, all racism can only be done through the concept of power? Where you try to redefine... It doesn't matter. What the fuck? See, these are the people on the left that I've been fighting with for like the last 12 years. The people that think that it's okay to treat white people like shit because some white people had power in the world. I call white people Nathaniel fucker. Why? Anyone can be racist. What? All right, dude.
Intelligence.
Who can I trust? Who can I trust?
Knowledge
Who can I trust? Who can I trust?
Informing and alerting.
They all have me think. Who cares? What the fuck?
And alerting the American people.
What's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses. It reminds you of the glory of the American experiment.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen.
I mean, the track was fire. The rapping was good. The bars were dope. The message they were pushing, I don't fuck with. But it's cool to see Rugged. I didn't realize who that guy was. Yeah, he did an interview. Not Sub-Saharan African Zero DNA. Man, look, dude, I can't get behind your racist rhetoric, dude. I'm sorry. I apologize. I think racism is bad regardless of your skin color. And also, we're all supposed to be from Africa, dude. Remember Pangea? Like, we all hail from Africa. That's the entire talking point. Like, that's why hating people for the color of their skin is irrelevant, because we're all supposed to be just people, you know? Like, anti-racism is racism. All right, man. I guess if that means something to you, you know, you can, you know, it's not my style, buddy, because white people were racist. So that doesn't mean it's okay to be racist to other white people. You have to treat people on an individual level. When someone treats you poorly, you treat that person with some level of, like, animosity. It's not racist, it's discrimination. Okay. All right. Okay. You're literally using the Hassan talking point that it's okay to call white people crackers because white people have everything in society, despite the fact that white people are being largely left behind in schooling systems and in education and all that stuff now. They're not like the lowest, but they're no longer succeeding where they were. And a majority of healthcare food stamps and stuff like that now goes to white people. Like, all right, man, you're right, dude. You could just treat white people however you want because white people still owe reparations. Okay, dude. So collective punishment is what we're saying, that we should like punish people for like their ancestors. Is that what you're saying? We should punish modern white people for their ancestors? I can't get behind that, buddy. That's not. No, we should be socialist. Okay, dude. I disagree. I think that capitalism is the only way to do it. And I think that we need to exercise. America just helps Americans. That's not true. America helps a lot of people. That's why USAID was so important. That's why shuttering USAID was bad. Because now there are millions of Africans that are going to die now to curable diseases. Because we no longer supply them with medicine. But okay. Like, that's why cutting USAID or shuttering the entire department. I was in the Peace Corps. Okay. Why would shuttering USAID be a bad thing? It's just a scam, really? Okay, dude. All right. You don't think it's possible that, like, your detachment or what you did might have been bad, but other departments weren't? Like, you understand, like, individual people, like, run certain areas, right? And sometimes you could just have a bad detachment commander or something like that, right? Like, it doesn't mean it's the entire thing is bad. You might have just been in a shitty situation. The CIA couped him? Well, yeah, because were we talking about 2014? The Euromaidan? And that started the war? Yeah, because the citizens of Ukraine wanted to get that guy out of office. It wasn't just the CIA. Now you're literally just talking about Dave Smith's talking points. The person that the CIA wanted to put in power in Ukraine isn't even in power. They held an election, and the person the CIA backed lost the election. So, like, your own argument shows that, like, the U.S. doesn't have that much control. They helped people get this guy out. Who's Dave Smith? He's a comedian that talks about how Ukrainians deserve to lose Ukraine because initially that the president wanted to give it to Russia because that's what he did. The person they had elected when it was considered one of the most corrupt countries in the world and why they were kicked out of NATO multiple times when they applied for NATO was because they wanted to give the land back to Russia. And so America, according to Dave Smith, because there's a phone call with Victoria Newman or whatever her fucking name is, said that they were going to help them back a coup in fucking Ukraine. And it does say that Ukrainians were about to move on fucking a coup and oust their president. My opinion is hand over the port, let the rest of Ukraine into NATO. Ukraine shouldn't have to give up anything. They were unjustly attacked by another nation. Ukraine should have to offer nothing. The entire world should just drop fucking bombs all over Russia until they stop being dicks. See, you're causing death. Death to me is not that, who cares? Okay? If Ukraine wants to continue to fight because they want a state and they don't want to be a part of the Soviet Union, they can do that. I fully support them doing that. Peace is meaningless if Ukraine loses what Ukraine wants in the process. You understand that, like, they're willing to die for their belief. Okay, but I'm talking about Ukraine and they're wanting to fight. I don't give a fuck about the Peace Corps here. If Ukraine wants to fight for their country because they want to have a state, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not because of the CIA. It's because the guy was trying to give power back to fucking Vladimir's Putin. No, they want to fight for their country. They want to fight for they want to fight for their land. They want to fight to have a home, their own dream, their own constitution. The same thing that every American is so proud to have. There's nothing wrong with wanting to fight for what you believe in. That's the things worth fighting for. They weren't completely convinced by the CIA to fight. The CIA backed the Nazis. The CIA backed everything. Who cares? What the fuck? What is that? Everyone that's going to have an interest around the globe is going to have a person they want in power. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Putin got Donald Trump into office, but Putin would prefer to have Donald Trump in the office over Hillary Clinton, Biden, or Kamala Harris. It's not that Putin got Donald Trump in office. Their things have a mutual alignment. That doesn't mean that, like, Putin backed Trump. What? Like, you can just have overlap. Like, it's crazy, man. You're like jumping into these. This is why I like cities, not countries. You don't get this bullshit on a global scale. You will still get this bullshit. Cities can harm other cities all the time through like different tax hikes and different imports. Like, you could still, like, cities can negatively impact each other just as much as countries. Like, no, you're not diving deep enough, bro. Come on. Yeah, on the city level. Okay, man. I love you, buddy. I respect it. You do your thing. You know, that's what you want. You know what I mean? Like, fuck yeah, man. Do you? All right, man. Let's change up the topic a little bit and get away to a nice lighter song. See what Romaine's got here, dude. I respect you too. So we've already done Goodbye Days. That's why I'm chilling. Hell yeah, dude. And Turn the Lights Down. Ooh. Okay. I want to listen to some of the older stuff before I get into his newer stuff. All right, Dusk. So, like, Romaine to me is a very compelling artist. I want to see more of what he's got. But that's Ra's almost only political song. The rest is just regular hip hop done perfectly. I got you. Like I said, dude, the song was dope. The problem is he has Immortal Technique on there, and Immortal Technique is pretty political. Like, he's an activist. So, like, and again, the things that Immortal Technique wants to push into the world, I just disagree with. So even though, like, when I like his music, like Dance with the Devil is still a fire fucking track. Just when I see, like, the propaganda on the other side, I'm like, I don't like the propaganda here. Chill. I like leftist propaganda because it's obviously propaganda. Like, you can't miss it. Yeah, even like Hassan Piker just says he's a propagandist. So this is actually really beautiful, bro. True, they do. That Ben was sexy as fuck. Bro, it is so hard to play down that low, bro. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. Nah. He is so a guitarist from the hair metal days. I think my fucking depiction of Gorid, right? That's his name. And Romain and Ren, I think it's spot on, bro. One is like from the fucking 70s. He's from the 80s. And, you know, fucking Ren is from the 90s, bro. I'm telling you. They personify these things so... I gotta start listening to some of the other ones. My favorite guitarist is Reggae. He used hair scrunchies as capos so he can adjust them mid-solo. That's kind of impressive. They then have to be on there pretty fucking tight. Well, actually, capos are actually not too tight when I think about it. Dude, that smile! Even he knows it's sounding good as fuck right now. I was not expecting this. I thought he was gonna sing, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Does Ren have any songs of him just shredding? There's no way. Really? He should. Some lives, yeah, dude. I mean, does he? Oh, so he might like on Twitch or something shred like an actual. Yeah, we got a few of those up. Dude, that bend is fucking sexy as fuck, bro. Like, what a simple video. Just him sitting like on what looks to be a pier or something. Well, maybe not even a pier. I don't know what the fuck this is. But, like, this is gangsta as fuck, bro. Just him playing the guitar. No fancy camera work. No crazy shit. No over-the-top fucking theatrics. This is, like, the cheapest music video you could ever fucking make. This is awesome. On the opposite, my cheapest favorite guitar solo is the Prince at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame doing my guitar gently weeps with a stage full of legends. Yeah. Ah! Breathe. Hell yeah, man. That was fucking gangster, dude. Not what I expected. right, guys. That's what I'm fucking talking about, man. Romaine, you need way more love. Shit. My God. Yes, there we go. Dude, picking a goddamn emote. All right, guys. It's almost 3 o'clock. I'm going to get off here a little bit early. I got to take a shower and clean up and make the bed and shit and try and get things cleaned up before Kia gets home. Thank you guys for watching by. I'm going to go through and get a list of some stuff to react to tomorrow. I will also do this one that Nikki sent. She said I should watch. So we'll do that one tomorrow. Anyway, let me know what you guys want. You can throw any comments up. I got a hell yeah, man. Bring it back. I'd love to have you back tomorrow. Maybe you can help teach my ass on, how not to be so, what's the word I'm looking for? An America dick suck. Anyway, be safe. I love you guys. And I'll be back on tomorrow around 9:30 as always. Peace the fuck out the game.